So I looked over, and it had dropped 2,000 frames since the last time I looked at chat. And then as soon as I moused over to close OBS to restart stream, it crashed. And it's already dropping more. Bad OBS day. Bad OBS day. Hopefully this calms down. I don't know what OBS changed in February, but it kind of just started affecting me a lot. But if there's some sort of audio desync for you, this sometimes happens, refresh the stream. But we are back. And I'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully it settles down.
Well, hello there, little
My ammo. Oh, I'm dead. So the thing with using Mole Man against this boss in particular, you don't really have the ammo to use it the whole time. Hey, you're not gonna hit me twice, are you? Oh, you are. Huh. Kind of impressed. Do-over. 'Tis fine. 'Tis fine. Say that shroomy booty at all costs. I was trying. I got distracted by the booty too much. Doesn't refill your rocket ammo on respawn. Tragic. That's America's booty.
favorite part, revenge.
So what I should do is, you know, use this Ludite for that phase, and then Mole Man for the second phase. But I didn't do that. And of course, you give me better RNG this time, Nightmare. That's toxic. Sorry for repost for stream props. Seems like you aren't using the Mole Man's gimmick, or maybe I'm misunderstanding what the gimmick is. Mole Man does a bunch of different things. The thing with uniques in this game, Jaybridge, is a lot of them have multiple. So the Mole Man, it shoots rockets that, so Ragtag here do decent damage, considered a res. It doesn't do decent damage, it's just there for flavor. So the Mole Man shoots projectiles that, if I could get a fucking rocket to demonstrate. Here, and we got one. They burrow, and then they come out, and then they burrow, and then they come out, and they do that. It also has a rocket salvo mode that just shoots 2 normal rockets. Now, interestingly, those rockets, I find that if they play the angles, then the play the angles hit gets the burrowing effect of the primary projectile. A bit weird, but, you know, occasionally I'll see a rocket doing the burrowing thing while I'm on rocket salvo mode, so that's the only explanation I've come up with for it. Final verdict on Insight, Ring is good. Ring is good. So Mole Man, shreds, it's just ammo. The more ammo shrines you can pick up during the run, the more you can actually use this gun on. But for now, with the amount of launcher ammo available, you have 51 to start with. Basically just treat it as a, hey, I want everything in this room in particular dead really fast. If you get a boss that allows you to apply the full DPS of this weapon easily, for example, if you get Son of a Witch, this gun would be good against Son of a Witch. Parasite, of course, but no, it's Parasite. Zomboss, Lachance, they don't move much. You could probably even use it on Banshee as long as you get close enough. As long as the spread doesn't screw you over. Drill, this would probably be pretty good against a phase of Drill, maybe 2 if you have the ammo. But the gun's damage is good. Like, you'll see people say, hey, buff launchers. No, don't buff launchers. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Because this has more than enough damage. Damage is not the issue here. And this launcher is a perfect illustration of the point I made about the other unique launchers, in that it's more the projectile behavior that is causing people problems. It's like actually hitting something with a cannonballer without blowing yourself up, that's the hard part. It has enough damage. Same with the blue cake. Actually hitting something within the blue cake's split range is the hard part. It's got enough damage. Yes, cat. Yes, I'm trying to get the frames back. I'm trying. Okay, we'll do an Ironsides run now.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
So with Ironsides, I like to go back over to the plate mail. That's all correct. That's not. Yeah, I guess that can go there. Actually, I don't have a sniper crit one. I do have a sniper crit one. That's championship rank. Ah, that still works. That's still good. Jake or Kevin take the frames. It's probably... Kevin probably took them, but Jake would eat them. Hey, Lenny.
Oh, Quaddy, how much I have missed you. This is your personal assistant, GLaDOS. I am ready to embrace you with my sweet, massive mommy milker.
Listen, chat, don't judge me or Glenny. We have a special connection with GLaDOS. It's just a thing, okay? Thank you so much, Glenny, for the 22 months with the 1-year streak at tier 2. I appreciate it. That's a lot of 2s. Thank you so much. Absolutely judging the fuck out of Glenny. Listen. Listen, Aaron. Once you hear GLaDOS read certain things... Huh. Primordial Head of the Snake. Look at the companion crit chance and the melee crit chance. 50% at Primordial. Like, Stabomancer who? This is why Stabo's class feed is bad, because this. That's crazy. I tell my friends Luddites are awesome, but other purple pistols you rate is really good. Soot Coughs. So the ×5 black powder pistols, those are quite good as well. What, Kevin? The double-barreled Stoker pistols, the ones that, you know, you spin it around and then it gets more fire rate. Those are quite good. Purple Skulldugger pistols have the highest melee bonus you can have on a weapon in the game. So they're next to the live wire. You know, they're distant second to the live wire, but they're the next best thing to hold when punching things. Isn't that 5 whole skill points in Spore Warden? Yeah. So now we're doing Ironsides. And the thing with the Ironsides is that it has a unique ricochet. And this ricochet does weird stuff sometimes. The trajectory of the gun's also a little weird. But it's got a ricochet that it makes a little iron ball. Kind of bounces all over the place. You see him? Makes cannonballs. And those do some respectable damage. Trying to get the ricochets to do more work right now. Oh well. Why are you street cleaning again? It's still gonna look like shit. I hate this town. I hate this town a lot. The internet sucks. They do all sorts of road work at the worst times of day. And, before anyone goes, but Strimmer, that's just from the shadows. I'm glad that point came up once already in stream, and I can break it up again. So the thing with From the Shadows is it lowers your damage. It lowers your damage. It just gives you access to your new damage peak after that's lowered. So From the Shadows makes everything crit, but you also get that 25% damage penalty. Now imagine if you were someone who can aim and just simply use this gun, you actually shoot a crit spot while using any other action skill. It's more damage. Now imagine you're doing this with, say, a spell shot where you just do more damage. That's why this multi-class combo is a great showcase of potential, because it's just consistency. It's just consistency.
Elemental Eagle! My blood's up! Give me something else to kill!
You can also shoot the ground and miss, and the ricochets can still hit enemies. It's kind of amusing. The angles are rough on that though. You guys can hear that, right? I hate today. Volatile triple ice spike. Now it's only blue and the status chance part doesn't do anything, but a triple ice spike at volatile card damage is It's still scary. Not too bad, actually. Okay. So satisfying. It's not quite, I get to wag outside making the noise, it's true. Physically can't kill Dragon Lord with my current build, so I've been skill issued and returned to it later when I think of something to do. That's a good approach to have. It's a good approach. Quiet quit making weird noises? I can't. I'm just truly built different. I'll be at Random City, gentle ASMR. It's fine on my phone? Okay, thanks Hazel. It like comes and goes in terms of how loud it is. But if it's worse for me than you guys, then it's fine. I just worry about it. My mic picks up a lot. It is a good mic. I'll miss this feature when it's done. Ancient Deity from the Obelisk and Twin Souls from Final Boss, pretty good farm. Yeah, getting Twin Souls this week has been really nice. Each week we've gotten something worth going after in a feature. Like, having Gluttonies and Donkeys in the same week as White Riders really spoiled us. This week, there's fewer things that are immediately of high value, but the Twin Soul is my favorite melee weapon in the game. It's just got the most uses in terms of the melee weapon slot. Like, I'd say it's easily just the most likely weapon you can just slap on a build in terms of the melee slot and be like, hey, this is good now. I have actual melee builds of multiple flavors built around the Twin Soul. I use it in almost all of my non-melee builds with various hilt combinations. Special effect? Yeah, the double hilt mod. Double hilt mod. There's only 2 melee weapons in the game that do that, and the other one, the Paladin Sword, is fixed parts. So Twin Soul is the only variable hilt, double hilt mod. Wonder who we'll get for feature tomorrow. I'm anticipating Celissa, and I'm not happy about it. Watch, it's like Celissa and I don't know who else, but I feel it in my bones. It's gonna be Celissa. How come you did the attack that time? So inconsistent.
Might have lived if you'd run.
Need my full health enchant.
Look for trouble, found it. Go for the eye.
You gonna spin yet? No? Now you're gonna spin.
Let's get cast
Oculus would be good. I think we had Oculus at some point recently. Pigwort? We had Pigwort. There's definitely mini bosses they haven't used and featured yet. I hate how the damage aura from that attack persists after the attack is over. Like, it wasn't attacking. Rude. Good damage, though. Ironside slaps. One if you'd solicit to my imaginary pet hog. Hitty doggity. Wyvern Obelisk boss, maybe. The one that heals? Oh, people would not like that one. I'm all for it. Melee conversion paradigm with 3 Iron Squall. Pass is bad though. No thank you. Watch me something easy like the crab one, but half the ads are cursed for evil eye crabs. That'd be funny. If they gave us easy bosses but terrible mobs. Just to flip the whole thing on its head. That's a Blazing Volley with the reload enchant. It's not even chaotic, but I gotta take that. Alright, so next run. Let's do a 2 ammo per shot carouser. That's a plate mail with 2 double nut, sure. Let's do a 2 ammo per mag carouser run. Because I find that very enjoyable. There we go. So, you know, carouser, super strong with 1. What if we could do this? It's pretty good. Do I have a volatile with sniper crit, or do I just drop down to chaotic? I think I'll just drop down to chaotic. Is that worth losing that much? Because that's Sharksbane versus Championship Ring. I actually don't think that's worth... I'm gonna go back. I thought I had a Sharksbane somewhere. Gun damage Sharksbane with sniper crit. I guess I don't. Guess I need to farm. How to get 2 mag? Mag size boosts. 26% here, 30% from myth rank. 14% here, and 14% here. Hey T Honey, how you doing? He needs a costing ancient Twin Soul in my life. Twin Soul is amazing. There's so many combinations I like. Vampire Ancient is a favorite of mine. Archmage Ancient, which is great utility. Echo Amp is the one I'm using right now. There's Amp Caustic, Echo Caustic. My Clawstalker build I'm working on is currently Vampire Rampage. Quiver holding too? Yeah, quiver holding as well. That's my moon orbs. I should reroll something. What even can I reroll? I don't think I have anything reroll ready. That's Hawken though. What do I want on this Hawken? I guess the From the Shadows and shit? Ideally. No luck. Oh well.
Come on, have some fun.
Maybe late for meeting. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. OBS is making me pay with my frames.
Watch out! Well, that's settled, isn't it?
How's your Jade Knight with GLaDOS? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. We'll do Gloop with this. How you doing, Rune? What's a GLaDOS? The antagonist of the Portal games. Or at least of the first game. Tis a robot. Yes. Antagonist, the main character, thank you very much. I suppose that's not incorrect. Me, the robot with the sexy voice? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. You're just gonna let me do that? Cool. CTS is very seductive, not gonna lie. Yeah, like, it knows what it's doing. It knows what we're about. Also, something to keep in mind here for the numbers you're seeing with this Carouser. This is with a 30% chopped off as dark magic damage. So we're just killing enemies before you see that. You can see the dark magic happening. Anytime we've one-shot an enemy, we've just killed them so hard. Like that 347k, that's without the dark magic. So, yeah. Something I want to do with the 2-mag Carouser is run it on a spell shot with that enchant that makes it so after you get a spell kill, you get a 50% chance to shoot an additional projectile. So you could have a 2-mag ×2 Carouser. And that just sounds, funny. Down battery 1 million. You're not incorrect. I have a Carouser, Primordial one with its melee damage increase still slaps, but it's a what could have been type deal. It's still gonna be really good. But yeah, I understand the disappointment. The great thing about the Carouser is the gun is so good that even the worst parts Carouser is better than most guns in the game. Like, Carouser's just that good. You ever do runs with chat? They wager wars. So in Borderlands 3, I did an amount of that, but in Wonderlands I've not done that yet. And I'm not sure how I'd go about it. There's been an uptick in people pulling shenanigans in terms of like messing with people's save files in co-op lobbies, and I don't want to expose viewers to that kind of thing.
Choices. Dead all the same.
Additionally, shift is kind of weird in this game. It's very hard to actually manage your shift friends list. So, adding new people is difficult. To the point where some people I know have had to open Borderlands 3 to manage their shift friends and then go back into Wonderland. So, I'm kind of waiting for some stability on that front before I do anything like that. Wasn't here for a while. How'd you get 2 of the mag for Carouser, Spore Skill, and just mag size boost? You can get a lot here. This is only a volatile 1 passive. You can get up to 2 passives here for mag size. At Primordial would be, what, 60%? So you get a lot more here than I have. I've got 1 mag size roll here at volatile, and 1 mag size roll here at volatile. Plus 30% from myth rank. And, you know, yes, Spore Skill. The point is, it's not at all difficult to get a 2 mag Carouser. You just need 100% mag size increases. Sigma Male's open pre-sequel to manage shift friends. Currently stuck on cast 22, can't be lasted any advice, just keep grinding. So with that, you want to... Anytime you get Wastard or Drill in your Chaos Trials, it's the game telling you to either develop a bossing approach for your build, or to re-gear. So if it's just the boss giving you trouble, then you need to have a bossing option available. Now there's some guns that will perform as bossing guns if you've built around them, such as in this build I can use the Carouser for that purpose. But there's some guns that are going to be good for bossing in every build, like Torg Stickies. Torg Stickies are a really good go-to for bossing. Other strategies specific to Wastard you can use to help. Any Fury or Chuck where you actually physically throw the gun, and also the Auto Magic's Tracker Darts. Those insta-kill the bird. So if you're having trouble keeping up with his ward regen, if you're able to survive, it's just meeting the DPS check to get through that is the problem. You could insta-kill the bird with that, and that speeds up the fight a lot. Have Volatile Carouser, haven't used it yet, gotta try it. Snipers in this game, Grasshopper, are extremely good. This is fire on armor. Wounded Ranger, thank you so much for the Prime, for the 6 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kevin says thank you too. If you can hear him. Oh, that's too slow. There we go. Hey JQ, how you doing? Swin, good to see you. Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of T-Dog, I appreciate it. When is Zerker playthrough continuing? Probably doing more of that tomorrow, Scooby. Probably more of that tomorrow. Today I want to mess around with the various weapons and stuff that I was doing a little bit of on my day off, but didn't want to get too deep in. Deprive you guys of content. Been using Rain of Arrows and stuck on Wastard. It hits him and the Aegis at the same time is pretty good. Yeah, good recommendation. Rain of Arrows is great for that fight. Any particular reason for using Spectral? Just because I like it, Squab. Just because it reminds me of playing Flak in Borderlands 3. It's the only reason. There's lots of better spells you could use here. Simply an aesthetic choice. Hey Stone Swan, how you doing? Cat, you're very distracting right now. That was awkward. It's very awkward. That was sad. I missed my damage window. Guess I go over here now. New class coming out, any idea what it'll be? No idea. It'll be late in the season. I think they said it'll be, DLC 4. Fourth content drop in the past. Do some hero points choices give better bang for your buck than others? Do you mean at character creation? Do you mean like your background or just hero points in general? Because yeah, that'll be build dependent for sure. There's more builds that will tend to want, for example, crit damage than others, but depending on your build, you're going to make different choices. Still need to make a Bereaver and Misdancer, moving items through bank to do so sounds like pain. Yeah. Probably needs to be able to elite the raid boss. I would love to be able to do that. I would love that. So regarding hero points, for example, with this build, we've maxed out status damage because any Stabomancer spec'd into Contagion, you're pretty much going to want to do that. 60% status damage, including the penalty from Village Idiot with all collectibles, 60% is very sizable. That plus max potent poisons puts you at 80 of the 101% you need to achieve Contagion shenanigans. So like that's pretty good. Crit damage is going to be good on pretty much every build. Crit chance is low value on most builds, but there are some builds that don't really get anything more out of other options. You still go there. Cooldown can be beneficial if you're playing a multi-class that doesn't have a cooldown skill in Tree. Only Spell Shot and Graveborn have spell cooldown in Tree. So if you're not those, you tend to want spell cooldown more. Constitution is very high value if you're using anything that needs your HP to be full. If you're ward tanking in any capacity, or if you are using Dire Sacrifice, and if you're using Berserker with unarmored defense, you can get good value out of Constitution. Wisdom is good for a cryo build? Not inherently. No more than any other element. Wisdom is status damage, and every element has a status effect. Find myself using Arcane Bolt and Theurge all the time in my stabos. Does remove a lot of challenge from the game. It's a powerful combo. It's a powerful combo. I could absolutely use Arcane Bolt here and just get even better from the Shadows uptime. But, like, I prioritized fun. That enchantment buffs you in full health? Yeah, which I run on this build. So Constitution helps me keep some buffer there. Haven't had caffeine almost 3 weeks. Your boy's tired. I feel you. How does Asher Skill cooldown work with barrage charges? Each one cools down individually. Well, I suppose they're successive, so it's cooldown layer 1, 2, 3. Cooldown refund will work on one at a time. It's not like you can cool down all 3 of your barrage charges at the same time. But they'll cool down one after the other. Let's keep hitting armor. Next run, we're gonna do a Gluttony run. A Shoot the Gluttony run. Now, we picked up this Deathless today. The magic bullets points obviously don't do anything for us, but it's got all damage and fire rate, which could be fun. Let me get the appropriate, I'll run status damage there. Do I have another pistol-friendly Sharksbane? I thought I did. I'm so bad at keeping track of what rings I have on me. I guess I keep that one for the gun damage. Do I want action skill duration more? I don't think I do. I'll keep that one on. Yeah, that's fine. So the thing with Gluttony is I can't make good use of this enchantment with that gun, so I have this one instead. I should probably reroll this and try to get the wall under 50% one. We'll use Moon Orbs for that. meaning to ask you, enchants that work when action skill active work barrage? They do not. They do not. Barrage does not have a duration. It starts and ends, but it does not have an active component. Had to clean my bag a bit, sold a bunch of armors and chaotic guns I wasn't going to use. Yeah, I have trouble throwing away armors, but guns that aren't at least volatile, yeah, I've started getting rid of those. Cat. What are you doing? He's just catting over there, chat. Morning, Kirk. How you doing today? Why's my arm bleeding? Oh no, that's just a scab. Thought I saw someone's vid and they said it counts because some bug or something. Yeah, that was the first 2 weeks of the game. This is why building around bugs is not a good idea, because it misleads people for months after the bug was fixed.
Think you can make it? Good luck.
So, we are now shooting the Gluttony. If any of you hung out in Lazy Data stream yesterday, you saw him doing some of this. And I happen to have a ×2 variant. And I want to try it out on this setup. Now the reason why we're running a Deathless here is because the Gluttony's effect, well, one of the effects, the primary effect is that it reduces your HP to 49% of your maximum whenever you throw it. It rounds up, so it won't take any from you if you are, like, below that. But the secondary effect is that if you are at 49% or lower HP, you get a 100% damage boost that goes in the Magic Bullets category of the formula. So, basically, if you're not a spell shot, it's just straight up 100% more damage. And we're not a spell shot. Anyone in the community have a spare Sword Explosion ×3 if you want to trade? We do have a trading channel in the Discord, Longshot, if you want to exclamation point Discord. More people would see it there, I think. And there's always people who will help out in there. We'll reroll this ward on the next one, because having that that all damage while at lower than half HP would be great, because we're always at 1. The healing component of the enchant won't do anything, but we always get the damage. Hey soccer chick, how you doing? Congrats again on your graduation and on the 24-hour stream. That's awesome. That was faster. Primordial Inflammation. Sure. Is this build linked somewhere? I don't, Reaps. I've not put out any, like, build videos covering my setups. This is probably the first one I'm gonna do, though. I can go over the spec for you after the run in the loot room, if you'd like me to. But this is kind of my gun build I use for most guns in general, if I'm trying to investigate if something is worth my time. The only thing that changes, really, is which armor I'm using, and, like, subtle things like element of amulet, you know, passes on rings, but for the most part, it's just the same build, except I slightly restructure depending on which gun I'm using. So normally I don't run a Deathless, but because I'm running a Gluttony, that's why I have a Deathless equipped right now. That's a stupid mistake, I deserve that death. What are the perks here? Hero points. Thanks for our work in Dark Magic Gun Build, Deathless. That sounds up my alley. Absolutely. Will do. No one can complain about 24 again. Yeah.
Cowards to kill. Wings of death. Never seen a corpse to do a killer's job. Let's get casting and blasting.
Beautiful. This is a BL3 TDR Deathless build in Wonderlands? No. Yes. Running something similar using Reaper of Bones on Grave? Yeah, that'll work out very well. It'll work out very well. The problem with using Reaper of Bones is it's not really compatible with Deathless, since it'll just instantly end. Reaper constantly drains your HP, and if you only have one, you basically can't use it. Reaper will be good at overall damage, but you won't have good uptime on the Gluttony's effect in particular, so I'd recommend other guns, but I do have some gun shouts I can give you for that. The Ruby Spite is a dark magic locked pistol, one of the strongest mobbing weapons in the game, and you can use that with Reaper of Bones to great effect. You'll need to switch to a different gun for bosses where you're not able to kill, like, an ad first. But there's plenty of options there. Got, Torg Ludites, would be the big example of a bossing pistol like that. But, whether you're getting a Gluttony's bonus or not, it's still a good pistol. So, there's always that. Fear Knots of various varieties. You'll see a lot of people swear by Pixies. I don't find Pixies interesting. They're too overpowered and not much gameplay. But the lightning bolts are very enjoyable. Let's quite accomplish a rack stab knock in this game. It's an idea I toy around with occasionally. Nothing dedicated yet. Really enjoy Sword Explosion? Yeah, Sword Explosion's great. Good call. Hey Rohit, how are you? Goldus builds boss of Gluttony low HP? At the moment, yeah, at the moment. Stupid question, would Grave be better for this because Lord of Edges? Lord of Edges is just like 25% global damage. Not really at all significant. That's like 1 enchant's worth of damage. And you have to go down a long skill tree to get there. Like Lord of Edges is here, tier 5 of Graveborn versus any other class. Good job, Gluttony. Assassin armor gives me Lord of Edges for free. You still have to be spec'd into Graveborn for that, Irish. It's not free. And additionally, that locks you to a Stabo class armor for the other skill rolls, and Stabo skills are not good. Seen Pugly's Corrupted Angles builds the similar years, probably inspired by mine. But no, I haven't. 849 with a Gluttony, it's pretty good. Now let me run to the bathroom real quick, because I have a tiny fucking bladder. But you guys can look at my Gluttony while I go do that. Be right back, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Who needs skills from the shadows exist? Yeah, Stabo is hard carried by From the Shadows. It's crazy. So, the build. Currently, this is the skill tree I use for all of my Mistdancer gun builds. This loadout is what I've found to be the most flexible. We do have some boosts from Butt Stallion in here at the moment, like Haste and Affinity are being boosted, and Wrath of Nature being boosted by Butt Stallion, but also exploit their weakness at the moment. So we go down Stabo tree to get 2 points in Contagion, only 2 because we want that point in Elusive. Nimble Fingers is there for fire rate, exploit their weaknesses, a big single target damage increase. Potent Poisons helps feed into Contagion, and our Dark Magic healing from this, if we're using a Dark Magic weapon or Corrupted Plate Mail, allows us to keep our full health enchant active more if we're doing that. But for the most part, Stabo tree isn't good. If it's not in this right side of the Stabomancer tree, it's probably a bad skill. It's an underwhelming tree with a really strong right side and a top tier action skill. Case in point about the action skill, you could take this action skill and then put all of these skill points in another tree and get more damage. Just for the purposes of this build, this is fine. Over in the Spore tree, we go all the way down to Capstone. Now, Play the Angles triggers on gun crits, and if we're in From the Shadows, all our gunshots are crits. So it removes one of the layers of RNG behind getting this. And also in From the Shadows, this will crit. So it's just really, really exceptional damage. Headhunter is a good source of conditional damage if we're able to hit a crit spot. Wrath of Nature helps our mobbing, which we don't need, but it does get us down the tree. We don't have a way of applying Wrath of Nature in single target, so that's what Exploit Their Weakness is for. It's the same boost, just in different values and under different conditions. So we'll get low uptime on this because of this action skill, but we get good uptime on this. So we often get both if the enemy's tanky enough, but more often than not we just have this, and this will be there in mobbing to ensure that this kills things. Quiver of Holding is just great for almost all guns, just always take that. Fire rate and move speed from Windrunner is nice. Medicinal Mushroom is a good safety net if you should go down. Affinity is just here to boost our Play the Angles, only reason. You could, if you wanted, I suppose, a little more consistency, you could move these points elsewhere, Like, if you find your mushrooms dying too much, you could go that instead of... You go Kindred Heart instead of Affinity. If you want a little more cooldown, you can max out Bounty of the Hunt instead of putting 4. If you want some gun crit chance outside of From the Shadows, I don't recommend it, but you could put them in Bullseye. But for the most part, this is the tree I prefer for this. Hero points-wise, max crit damage, max wisdom. Wisdom is to feed contagion. If you get over 100% status damage, your contagion will become capable of doing these loops that can insta-kill things. This is a gun build, so I don't focus too hard on that, but I have no reason not to at least get the wisdom here for 60%. And then I have 20% for potent poisons. That means I only need another 21% to get the contagion stuff going. And a few of my amulets that I sometimes use do have that. So, hey Chimpy, how you doing? Why is the top left stab skill bad? Like, it seems objectively good just because it seems like flat damage boosts gun spell and melee damage. Value. Squab, that's why. It's 3% per point. 3% to 3 different stats per point. So, even if you're very generous and ignore game mechanics and call that a 9% boost per point, that's 1 skill point. And if you look at... well, let's look at this Primordial, for example. Just look at how big stats are. Gun damage should fall in the same bracket as companion damage, so pretend that companion damage is gun damage. That's how much you get from 1 armor passive. Look how much gun damage you get from 1 Shark's Bane. If I was running a Universal Soldier, I'd be getting a big amount of gun damage there too. Gun damage is a very easy stat to get, and Spore Warden is another tree that gives gun damage. I'm not playing melee, so I don't care about this melee damage, but it's got the similar situation in a melee build where there's better ways to get melee in larger quantities. In terms of spell damage, if you're doing a spell setup, well, guess what? You already have a lot of spell damage elsewhere. It is small amounts for large amounts of skill points that go into categories you already have heavily populated. It does not math out favorably. If Arsenal's numbers were bigger, yeah, it'd be a desirable skill, but it's just kind of like there. In a similar vein, Swift Death here is not a good skill because low values. And unlike Red Hellion and Selective Amnesia, the other two movement speed scaling things, Swift Death cares how fast you are currently moving. Amnesia and Red Hellion only care how fast you can move. This cares how fast you are moving. So you need to move very fast to get good values out of this. And even then, it's low. Let's go Spore Burst. Spore Burst is a fun combo, Thunderdome. I like it. Free sub for Mr. Black Eye. Absolutely. 1 second. Looks like they're already subbed, Kirk. Do you have a second choice? You have a second choice. As for gear, this run was with the Gluttony. This is a Volatile ×2. You choose. Let's go Chimpy. There you go, Chimpy. Enjoy the sub, courtesy of Kirk. So you can get Gluttony in a lot of different part configurations. Higher mag size would be lower damage. You can get it in ×1, which is lower gun DPS. Higher per shot damage, but fewer shots going out. And of course this would go up to Primordial, but this is the one I have. I'm pretty sure you can get better parts than this too. So the Gluttony's gimmick is that it's 2 things. One, when you chuck it, it sets your health to 49% of your max if you are above that value. The other gimmick of the Gluttony is that you get a 100% damage increase to the Gluttony as long as you are below 50% health. So we're using a Deathless to force that. In terms of ward, we're using a Body Rune. We got a Theurge to minimize our From the Shadows downtime. This is a Spectral Talon spell I just like using. You could slot any spell with a decent cooldown here. We got 2 Shark's Banes of just relevant passives. Gun damage Shark's Banes are the gun rings to use. Using an Amp Echo Twin Soul, not particularly synergistic with the Gluttony, it's just the one I use for most guns on this build. Yeah, that's the setup. Times 2 Prime if you want it with no low mag size. No thanks, Reaps. I appreciate the offer, though. Yeah, that was a Gluttony run. Let me favorite that Deathless, because that worked out beautifully. Let's go back to the regular setup. This is the plate mail I normally run on this build. And what's a gun we haven't used today to demonstrate? Or actually, let's do another Ruby Spite run, because that was just so enjoyable. Yeah, I'll do a Ruby Spite run. Sure, I have appropriate stuff. That'll work. Does Deathless negate the Gluttony's downside? Gluttony doesn't have a downside. Gluttony gives you full uptime on its second upside. What are some good Spore focus class combos? The one I'm playing right now, Mist Dancer, Spore Stabbo, is excellent for just gunplay in general. Berserker is really good at filling in the damage formula gaps that Spore Warden has. So pretty much anything Spore specific benefits heavily from Berserker combo. You can do Spore Spellshot gun builds. For example, you can use Glass Cannon on Spellshot to keep a last gasp broken. So not only do you get the 3% mag regen from Spore Warden, you get the 10% from last gasp, and because Quiver of Holding gives you 30% mag size as well, that 10% is also of a larger amount. So you can do big ammo builds with that. There's no bad class combos in this game. There's some that require more gear than others, but there's no bad ones. Gluttony's downside is how addictive it is. Gluttony's just a new liquid cooling. But liquid cooling's still good too. Oh, I could use liquid cooling on this setup. I want to get a good one though. Maybe I start hitting Pistol Bunny again. I don't have any primordial liquid coolings. I should change that. I want to roll this other body rune I have. Hang on. Is this one? Yeah. Well, I don't have moon orbs. Is it wrong that I feel like cheating if I decide to use spell shot? I'm just being a bitch. At the end of the day, use what you enjoy. If you do not enjoy a class because you feel it's too powerful, then just there's nothing wrong with that. I don't make much spell shot content because I think it's way too powerful and it sucks a lot of the interest out of it for me. There's some offline spell shot shenanigans I do mess around with. Mostly just because I'm trying to carve out niche spell shot builds, you know? Setups that use spell shot but don't lean too hard on it, if that makes sense. If you decide the next class would be, what do you make it? I don't really know. I don't know. It's not something I've thought about too much. 25% damage, 25% crit enchant rewards, just hyper rare. Bricked like 9 body runes now, looking for it. There's some enchantments that are just less likely to pop up than others, and yeah, I think that's one of them. Paladin archetype, that'd be cool. Want the next class to have a Seawarg pet? That'd be cool, but I don't necessarily want more pet classes. We have 3. I don't think we need more. Considering, you know, companion situation in this game. Not that pets are bad, it's just pixies exist, and I don't want another thing to come in overshadowed by something that should be nerfed. Spellshot build, but you can't use double knot or high threat count, that should be more balanced. It still has spell weaving being the strongest class feat in the game, and magic bullets being just a flat out fresh multiplier to any gun build that isn't using the gluttony. So like, it's still overpowered. Spellshot just has so much going for it. yeah, this is the rubies. It is a very mediocre gun until you get a kill with it. And once you get a kill with it, it is, strong. Gunzerker used 2 weapons at once or 2 melee weapons at once. I never want dual wielding to come back. It has not been good for the game a single time they've done it. What is this? This is the Ruby Spite, Sonny. This gun right here, that people deemed worthless because it got nerfed? Yeah, this is why we test things. This gun is absolutely crazy for mobbing. And this is after a 30% nerf, by the way. So its special effect is once you get a kill with it, and it has to be with the gun itself. So not other things while holding the gun, it has to be with the gun itself. It gets a massive fire rate increase and homing bullets. And it's extremely good. Like, I didn't think I'd clear that room that fast. Feel the same way about ambidextrous as you do about gunzerking? No. Because they're not... So the thing with guns is you hold them, right? And people would use gunzerking to combine effects of guns and all sorts of nonsense like that. Now, there was one way of doing that with spells, the infamous Buffmeister bug, where your left-hand spell's card damage transferred over to the value of your Buffmeister's bonus element in the right hand, and that was extremely problematic and kind of proved the point about dual wielding being bad. They addressed that, and we've not found any other instances of funkiness with dual wielding. So ambidextrous is the least problematic variant of dual wielding they've introduced. Now, the other variant that people don't talk about much is Nisha's, where it just copy her pistol and give her another one. But that was still like, as a concept, it's just more trouble than it's worth. This gun is a crime. It's crazy. Ruiz has always been good, even post-nerf. Yeah, Ken. It has been. It's something that I used pre-nerf and was like, oh, hey, this is pretty good, but bossing's where I really need my damage, so I didn't deem it worth my time. But we've learned a lot more about how builds in the game work since then. It just goes to show that even a weaker version of the gun is still, like, crazy cracked. This gun is utterly ridiculous as long as you can keep the gimmick rolling. It's easily one of the strongest mobbing things in the entire game. But what balances it out is that if you cannot keep killing with this, it will not do anything for you. If you get into a boss fight and there's no ads to kill, it doesn't do anything. If you don't have at least enough damage to get that first kill rolling without the gun's gimmick, then it won't do well for you. I think the Obelisk boss and Weep Wild might be the drop for rubies. I don't really pay much attention to drop sources, so I wouldn't know. But I'll take your word for it. I do all my farming through the Chaos Chamber. Better ratio of gameplay to actual, like, item drops.
Bell slots are ready.
And it lets me gear up for multiple setups at once. Like, even though dedicated farming is still more efficient if you're after one item in particular, you will get that one item sooner from dedicated farming, on average. I have so many builds that I play that I like gearing up multiple at once. So going and hitting, say, the Pistol Bunny has a chance of giving me another gun I might want as well. So. Monster Shrimp, yeah, that's the one. Got that 80% status effect damage amulet from the bunnies. Ooh, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Moveface. I'm using a 34.7 right now. Want your contagion build? I don't run an 80% on my contagion build. I run a 69%. 80% would be primordial. I've not gotten a double rolled primordial. But yes, I got my 69% for the bunnies. Also, bye Nightmare. See, gimmick fell off. I need ads. Ow. Did I not hit the button? I guess I didn't hit the button. Okay, here we go. There we go. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Moveface. I appreciate it. Archmage Rampage. That's not chaotic. I don't need that. So yeah, this gun, pretty crazy. 755 while not speedrunning, stopping to look at loot, etc. Messing up during the nightmare fight. Like, this gun's real good. OBS eating more frames. There we go. Got some Quag love in the chat. Yeah, let's get some Qua in the chat. Stupid I have some volatile and primordial purple armor. No, if it's got good passives, then it's worth keeping. In terms of when I look at armor, what matters the most for me is passives, then skills, then effect. So you don't get to that third layer until legendary. So you can have lots of purples that beat out lots of your legendaries. I want to do another Mole Man run. What are we going to use as our interim gun while that's unavailable? I guess I haven't done Kettle Drum stuff in a while. Yeah, let's do Kettle Drum Mole Man. Actually, Kettle Drum would be awkward. Nah, Carouser. It's gotta be the Carouser. Should swap this one for a Sniper mag size.
Full bloom, ain't ya?
Which class pairs with Grave the best, you think? Depends on what you're going for, Tom Nasty. If you're trying to do a Spellcaster style Graveborn, then probably Spell Shot. If you're doing pet stuff, then there's an argument for Clawbringer, there's an argument for Spore Warden. It's a lot of SMG crit damage on a championship ring. Hello? Hang on, I just noticed that. That's a lot. How many pellets in the kettle? That one is 25. Optimally, you want to go for either 25 or 21. There's an argument for each. 25 is more hits, 21 is more damage. As long as more hits doesn't translate to more damage in your setup. Which it sometimes does, sometimes doesn't. That kettle drum's fun with plate mail, some interactions has caused 15 instances of damage. Yeah. Yep, that's what this build was originally structured around, Aaron. I just started branching out to more guns to the point where I've not revisited the kettle drum in a while. Spite scared me off because of the spread. Yeah, it's one of those things that it makes getting the first kill awkward. Wow. That's a volatile plate mail with 1 and exploit their weakness. Gun damage. It's not as good as the one I'm using, but like, damn. Cape of Tides with 2 Windrunner. Gun crit chance, all damage, fire rate. And thank you, Armor Bunny. You're being very kind today. Yeah, Stagecoach's kettle drum. Yep.
I don't smell you now.
Ruby Spite feels like a shotgun until you kill something, then it's a curved laser. Interesting description. I like it. I need to put more stuff in my bank now, though. I carry too many guns I like to use on this spec, so I just don't have room. I guess we put away the Rogue Imp. Gun's still good. But we just don't have room right now. We don't need the Delusion at the moment. Put away the Anchor for now, though that gun I do have plans for. And I don't need all those sword explosions. Okay, so we'll start this run with Carouser, and then it'll be Mole Man on, like, the Obelisk room. Yeah. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Sunny. Appreciate it. 277 in the channel, you fucking legend.
Fought like rubbish. Died nicely, though.
Thank you so much. On Chaotic, but I got a Heck Waiter and a Last Rites from Vending Machines yesterday. Let's go, Fusion. When those can be enchanted, if they ever fix that, oof. Like, holy shit, dude. Spore Fuse Last Rites, can you imagine it, chat? Oh yeah, you're fire immune. I'm not wearing a plate mail. Can I do anything about you? Not really. Guess I'll kill other enemies. Oh, Echo, cool. Stab reload headcanon would have me chumming. Now, Spore Fuse headcanon would be crazy as well. Spore Fuse in general is an enchant, is nuts. There's fire rate enchants you could get on the Heck Waiter for even more burr. Do I need Stabos Contagion for a good poison build for my Spore? So, like, there's no reason to build around poison. Like, it's not like poison and fire are weak as elements. There's just no direct reason to build around them. Now, there's direct reasons to build around frost and lightning because of the soak mechanic, but poison, if you're not building around Pandemicium, there's no reason to build around poison.
Ninja! Red power! Ah, you're here, my faithful,
Mole Man. What's Pandemicium? It's, do I have one on me? No, I don't. It's the armor that has the chance to cause a poison explosion whenever a poison status effect deals damage. It's the one I use in my dot build. That, combined with Stabamaster's Contagion skill, is very, very powerful. But beyond that, you have no reason to focus poison. A rocket we hit boss with? Mole Man. This one. Very high DPS.
forgotten before they hit the ground. I'll give you a good one.
Hey, Loman's Live, how you doing? About the poison from Spore Claw enchant. So that isn't good because it's poison, it's good because it is what it is. That could be any element and it'd be just as desirable. Like, it's not it being poison that makes that strong. And you're better off boosting the base of whatever you're doing to boost that that Spore Explosion, Spore Fuse, whichever one you call it, enchant, than you are boosting the poison part. Because it scales off of how much damage your gun or ability did, right? So increasing the amount that does not only increases that, but increases the Spore Fuse, whereas just increasing something for the Spore Fuse, like taking poison when you're shooting a fire gun, is still less of an overall damage increase. So that's just a good thing that happens to be poison, rather than something that's good because it's poison. Like the White Rider, for example. White Rider is a fantastic gun, just happens to be poison. Last Rites isn't powerful because it's cryo, it's just Last Rites happens to be cryo. Same with Liquid Cooling, for example. Happens to be cryo. Thanks, Pet.
Thanks for the one-up.
Wait, I just realized that's a Mario reference. When the mushroom revives you, your character says thanks for the one-up. I'm slow. I never paid much attention to that. Glad I came in here and needed this knowledge. Happy to provide, and happy to have you. Cannonballer good too. Cannonballer is good. It's just the awkwardness of Cannonballer is actually hitting without hitting yourself. If you hit with a Cannonballer, it will kill. Blue Cake is also good if you can hit in the split distance, which is another layer of awkwardness. I enjoy the Anchor a lot. I'm in the process of making an Anchor build, but it's still a work in progress. It was hard to see, but did you see how the rocket behavior of that ricochet was different, Dex? That's what I was talking about. With how the play the ankles ricochets will just inherit the main fire mode properties instead of being the rocket pod. Like, the ricochets will do this. But I prefer this.
Wings of death.
Oh, out of ammo. Archives YouTube page, yours, someone else make that. That's mine. That's mine, Tom Nasty. I only started it with Wonderland, so that's why it's like, you know, even though my actual YouTube channel is also small, that's why it's way smaller than that one. Because it's a very recent thing. I'm more of a live content guy, so I can't be bothered to upload. Okay, we'll Carouser phase 1, and then we'll Bowman phase 2, if we get a good placement. Need to actually hit the crit spot for this Headhunter bonus. Hello? Cool, I'm bad. Ooh, beautiful. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Thanks, Mole Man. Very cool. This is the launcher. There's better chance we'd get here too. This is just what I happen to have. What do I want here instead? Maybe ASA Fire? Yeah, maybe ASA Fire. I don't know. Got the Smurfs gun? Yeah, that's the one. This is Pandemicium. This is what we were talking about before. Whenever a poison status effect deals damage over time, 15% chance for the enemy to explode. Yeah, that explosion can also apply status effects. That's why it's good with Contagion. Need a Lightning Sniper build with Spore Claw. They can maybe switch into Stab instead when having fun. You can still make that work with Spore Claw, Sonny. The thing with Spore Claw that catches a lot of people out is that it doesn't have much damage formula. Like, if you look at Spore Warden Tree, it's got 1 ability damage skill, 1 gun damage skill, 1 debuff skill, and then Headhunter as conditional damage. Now, this is actually really good formula-wise. It's just you have to actually engage with the crit spot to do that, so it's hard to apply. And then this requires either using a directly ability-damaging source or getting lucky and getting this. So this is hard to get uptime on This is very hard to get uptime on. This is very narrow in what it applies to, and it's also not a unique bonus. Like, this ability damage is the same as ability damage in myth rank, on your ring, on your armor. Same boost. And then gun damage is very common. So Spore doesn't give you much unique formula at all. And then Clawbringer gives you elemental damage, which is very good. It gives you some good bonus elements, which require damage formula to go into them, so that's already like, we need formula somewhere. And then it gives you 10% gun damage boost. Other than that, you've just got some crit chance here. You've got awe for crit damage over there, but it's pretty barren in terms of formula. Whereas a skill tree like Berserker or Spell Shot has a lot of formula in there, which is what makes those good, among other things. But you can make it work, because you can make up for that lack of damage formula with gear. But it does mean that a class combo like Wildfire, that being Claw Spore, is more gear dependent than, say, a Hammer Berserker would be. Spore Claw would be very nice with less work if Blizzard wasn't so bad. Blizzard makes me sad, Shag. I use it for a couple situations. Like, if I want action skill active that also applies Wrath of Nature, then Blizzard's the only thing I can do that does that. Because Ghostblade will not apply Wrath of Nature. Barrage won't give me action skill active. And From the Shadows will give me action skill active, but not Wrath of Nature, and it has the damage penalty. So for specifically the Gloop fight, if I want optimal damage, which I don't need to kill the boss, but if I want optimal damage, I run Blizzard. That is the only situation in this entire game that I'd say Blizzard is advantageous compared to something else. And that's kind of sucks. Blizzard is just bad. I'd love to see some love for it. What should we run next run, chat? What do you want next run? Last Rites or Pookie's Chew Toy? Or Headcanon? Any of those three. You tell me. Use Pandemicium Armor and Spore Fuse Enchant. It's working. I haven't got to C35 yet. The thing with that, Sonny, is that'll work. I personally prefer using From the Shadows with Pandemicium setups, because From the Shadows is incredibly impactful on dots, and if you're using Pandemicium, your damage is focused on dots. So I prefer From the Shadows to Barrage. But if you wanted to not use From the Shadows, then yeah, that's a good approach. For the guaranteed crit? Yeah. Iron Sights, Headcanon, Last Rites, Great Bow. We haven't done a Great Bow run today. We can do a Great Bow run. Do I have a sniper one? No, it's mag size. I need more Sharks mains, chat. Wizard's Pipe. I can make that work on this build. We'll do a combined Great Bow and Last Rites run. How about that? Great Bow for the first room, and as we need it after that, Last Rites for the majority of mobbing. Blazing Volley, get one every run. Blazing Volley is underrated. It's got homing projectiles. It gets area damage. Has a high status effect damage. And a decent base damage value per shot. Like, Blazing Volley is honestly not bad. Just need a lot of fire rate to get good value out of that gun. Hey Vocal, how you doing today? Good to see you. Working ours, Cog. I haven't gotten a Primordial one of these yet. It's fixed parts, So this is actually a really good amulet to go after if you're first gearing up a setup. It is always fire damage, Clawbringer power, and a double roll of all damage.
Think you can make it? Good luck.
Pretty good. I hate the burst, but it surprised me. Yeah, it at least... The burst gets less annoying with more fire rate. So, for anyone unfamiliar, this is the used antique great bow, aka the most damage per shot sniper rifle in the game. Capable of one-shotting raid bosses with an optimized setup. Finished buying up all the bank space SEO, I'm now a pack mule. Let's go, Atris. Congrats. That had to have been a grind. Alright, I just finished assembling my new desk, now I gotta clean up the mess. I've been wanting to replace my desk for a while, but I just have not pulled the trigger on that. Should. Just allowed to put my last rights in this one. And this gun is the last rights. It's my favorite gun in the entire game. Might have heard a couple other people talk about how much they love this gun. I know Epic NNG loves this gun as much as I do. It's absolutely filthy. Accuracy maxed out. I don't really have a way of increasing accuracy at all. Like, I don't have any accuracy increasing anything. Is it worth keeping after the first shot? Yeah. This is a used one, Sonny. This is a used one at Primordial. It's over 5,000 card damage, so a used one has 10% the damage of an unused one. That's still higher than most guns. 776 per projectile, and there's 7 projectiles. It's got a sniper crit formula, which means snipers get their own hidden boost. Hyperius and Black Powder weapons each get their own hidden boost. Hyperius is smaller than the Black Powder one, but it's still big. And then it's got the card crit here. It's completely fixed parts, no enchantments, so you don't have to worry about the RNG there. A high dot chance. This is a good gun. Isn't handling accuracy? No. Accuracy is accuracy, as Sinju said. Handling is recoil. Handling is just how much the gun kicks. Accuracy is spread. Learning is fun, that it is. So low handling is high kick. What, on the gun itself? I suppose, yeah. Yeah. My kingdom for a good cape of tides. If only you had a pincushion. No. This one you can't roll an enchantment on? Yeah, but the thing with enchantments there, Longshot, is gun enchantments are the least important enchantment slot, unless you're running Barrage. If you're using any other action skill, gun enchantments are, like, nice to have, but ultimately minor. Because you pick up more damage from other things and other enchantment slots. Like, my most impactful enchantment right now is this one, on my ward. Remember when BL2 had recoil reduction added into some relics as a manufacturer bonus? That was wild. I didn't remember that. That's right, slap so hard. Spore Explosion would be nice. The thing about Spore Explosion / Spore Fuse is that while it is nice, if the gun does enough work without it, do you need it? And also, that locks you into a particular action skill, and more than likely locks down your ward enchant slot as well, if you want full off time on that enchantment. And ultimately, I get more damage by using From the Shadows than I do by using that enchantment. So, like, meh.
Yes, just as we practiced. My blood's up. Give me something else to kill.
Favorite Torque Shotgun's the one that fires magical discs. Forget the name, but it's super nice since they pass through enemies. Magical discs. Oh, that just sounds like a regular magic barrel one, Chef. Like the ones with the crystals. Sounds like that. Tell me if Feral Surge is good. Been using it the entire time up to 40. It's just so fun. It's a little inaccurate sometimes, but fun. Feral Surge is one of those things that requires a little more investment to make it work well at endgame. But I've been messing around with it, Sonny, and I really enjoy the action skill. I think there's some things about it I would like to see improved in terms of balancing, but it'll absolutely work for you, and I enjoy it myself. So, yeah, you can keep using that at 40 if you want to. Perfectly viable. A playthrough that's ongoing on the channel, we'll probably resume some of that tomorrow, is I'm doing a sort of challenge run where I'm playing only Berserker. So, I do not have a second class selected at all, and all 44 of my skill points are in the Berserker tree. And for that run, we are using Feral Surge. The goal of that playthrough is to eventually clear all content on Chaos 35. And we're working our way up through the Chaos levels. So that playthrough will continue tomorrow if you have an interest. What's the build? This is my normal gun setup, Zack Attack. My Mist Dancer gun build. A bunch of ability damage increases. What I find really helps Feral Surge is freezing things and taking advantage of the Icebreaker skill. That's elevated it to a whole other level of fun for me. I like that a lot. How are we gonna deal with Nightmare? Last rites the whole time? Great Bow? We'll do Great Bow. Nice, what time? I go live at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, every day except Sunday, so, 9:30, 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thanks, Great Bow. Very cool.
Wings of death.
I need to get better at dodging that attack. Figured that hit me.
fish.
Thanks, great bow. Didn't go the frost route. Melee area damage mixed with claw again. I think I love claw. Claw's a great class, yeah. All the classes in this game are good at something. Frostwilder is only build available to get the Chaos 35 lack on my other builds. So the way building in this game works is the more random information you have about mechanics, the more you can start to put together in different ways. Like, knowing that the Great Bow scales up very well with fire rate and with amp. Okay, that sends you down a rabbit hole, because what classes have fire rate? Let's think. Okay, Stabomancer has Nimble Fingers. So, how do I get Nimble Fingers? By melee. That's 18% fire rate for 8 seconds on melee. That's a good bonus. Okay, now what am I going to melee with? Let's see, I can use a Twin Soul with Amp and Echo, meaning not only do I deliver damage based on what I've done in the last 10 seconds, which is very similar to the 8 from Nimble Fingers, but it makes my next 3 shots stronger. That kind of deal. Interested to see a Dark Magic gun build, but no Gluttony, Ruby Spite, or Auto Magic. The thing with that, Chef, is like, why? What does doing Dark Magic specifically do there? Ultimately, in Lands games, matching elements is still the play unless you have a very powerful mechanic like Soaked available that gives you incentive to use a specific one. There's nothing like that for Dark Magic. Other than if you want to use it as a big source of healing, but there's no real reason to commit to that. Now, you can absolutely do what you're asking for. For example, the Sawmill rolls in Dark Magic, so I could use that in what you're asking for. Great Bow also rolls in Dark Magic, as do Luddites, and Body Rockers. Like, you could do it, but there's no reason to specifically do Dark Magic there. 5C35, let's go, Scott. Almost there, almost there. G-Wizard, yeah, that's it, Sidju, thank you. You missed the company man? Absolutely not. The part variance on that thing, crazy. It's cool as a concept, but in terms of actually acquiring a good one, it just didn't happen. Obviously, because Dark Magic is the coolest. That's as good a reason as any. Yeah. Mainly to see if there are any hidden gems. So, like, how many weapons are actually Dark Magic locked in this game? You kind of covered the Gluttony and the Rubies being Dark Magic locked, but what else in this game only rolls Dark Magic? Are there any? Like, I'm struggling to think of any in terms of guns. Because every other gun that I can think of that is capable of rolling Dark Magic can also roll other elements. Throwable Hole, it sucks. It doesn't suck, it's like okay. But it's deserving of a buff. Talent Spell's worth it. I know Moxie did some cool Hexecutioner stuff with a Fire Spectral Talent Spell. That was fun to watch. Taking advantage of Aw's crit bonus triggering from fire damage, so you use it to hit really big crits with, you know, double knot and stuff. That was cool. But I'm only using Spectral Talents here because it reminds me of Flak. There's other spells I could use. For the purposes of this build specifically, Arcane Bolt would just be a straight upgrade, but I'm just using it because I like it. Apex is terrible. Shotgun, forgot the name, with bouncing projectiles. The Divergent, yeah, that is not locked to Dark Magic. Divergent can roll in other elements as well. I've gotten it in Frost, I've gotten it in Fire. Shadowfire is also mid-tier, but it can also roll in Fire, so it's not even Dark Magic locked. There's no reason to specifically go after Dark Magic unless the gun can only do that, like Ruby Spite or Gluttony. Let's do a Perceiver run. That'll be fun. Dreadlord's Finest. I've not shot that gun. Worth it to keep Divergent? I've personally not had much success with it. I've heard people say they have, but I'd have to look at their setups to know where the damage is coming from. Because, in my own experience with the gun, it's extremely ammo inefficient for very middle-of-the-road damage. It's cool. Like, it's very flavorful, but it's not very good. At least not immediately apparent. Might be one of those things you need to find the specific thing it does and then go from there. Hey Viper, I'm in uni accommodation for the next few days because graduation. How's the point proving going? Anything saucy? So the Ruby Spite is terrifying. We did some boss melting with the Mole Man. That was super enjoyable. We're just kind of using various guns. We're changing up our guns every run. And it's been going pretty well. Throws dice, looks cool about it, yeah. Another Vorkanor's cog, but it's not even chaotic this time. I want a Primordial.
Think you can make it?
Rather take Sword Explosion or the Arrow one. Apologies again, forget my own name if it wasn't written. No, you're good, Chef. You're good. Rain of Arrows. Yeah, those are both good guns. Those are both good guns. Definitely, I would also take them over the Divergent, for sure. I like doing streams like this where I just do the featured run, but with lots of different guns. Just because it helps disprove this idea that there's not item variety in this game. Like, you can make a lot of things work, and there's a lot of good options. And this is a great example of a build to do that on, because I'm not particularly stacked gear-wise here. And there's even class combinations that could give these things more damage. Any purple snipers you recommend? Black powder crossbow barrel snipers. The 1 ammo per mag ones. Those are extremely good. Hey, Supreme Pain, how you doing? Perceiver gotta use sideways sights. Thing with that though is the Perceiver gets that damage bonus when in semi-auto mode. And that's not sideways sight on this one. I don't know if it can roll in that sight combination. I'd like to have that. But for optimal gameplay at the moment. Why are you over there? Zombies in this game, man. They do not go for you. What weapon is that? This is the Perceiver. I just realized I have a bad enchant on it for this setup, too. Awkward. So, functionally not enchanted for my purposes. So special about this gun, or is it just a good damage gun? Perceiver has a chance to get a bonus damage based on your crit chance. So it's not quite a double crit because it's mechanically a little bit different, but it has a chance to just have more damage. And additionally, it is just a good gun, even when the effect doesn't trigger. So when you crit, you also get more damage in addition to crit damage? Yeah. But chance-based. Independent of the crit. Which gave me thinking better weapon diversity, Wonderlands or BO3, and hopes this doesn't start a heated debate. At launch, Wonderlands. Now, BL3 just has more items. It also has been out for 2 years longer, and had 6 DLCs. And, 3 mini-events, 2 free endgame updates. Like, BL3 just had a lot more content so far. If you compare Month 2 BL3 to Month 2 Wonderlands, Month 2 Wonderlands wins. That's funny. Cal, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you spoiling yourself again? Hey, side effect. You remember I've been doing the Graveclaw with Reaper Bonesville, just stuck on thinking how to make it work. Cast 35, just one-shots me, lose my action skill instantly. You're gonna need to play carefully with that multi-class combo. You don't have... You're gonna survive through healing. Now, the thing with Reaper of Bones is it gives you one-shot protection. You cannot be truly one-shot with Reaper, because the worst it'll do is end it and give you 3 seconds of invulnerability. So that can function as really good one-shot protection. But you're gonna need to give yourself enough time to heal between hits. You can use sigils to that effect to block lots of forms of incoming damage. But you're going to want a very short cooldown spell that you can spam to constantly have your Sanguine Sacrament skill going to fight the drain of Reaper of Bones. Sanguine Sacrament alone makes Graveborn the tankiest class in this game. And Reaper of Bones is the best tanking action skill in the game, so combining them is very good. And I had their item assist for backpack before. Do you have cloud saves on, Pico? Ever seen a cool perceiver? It's a Dahlia gun thermal, so you can be subject to some part variance. I have no idea how good my perceiver is, other than being the element I wanted and volatile. Like, I don't know the mag size ranges of perceiver. 46 seems high, but I don't know if the gun just has a big mag. This is just one I happen to get from the bunnies. Disable cloud saves day 1. Then no, I've not had that happen, Pico. Looking for a different job too? Yeah, Mr. Adblock. It doesn't seem like they value much there. If you can get out of that situation, good for you. Had a second interview, and aced it. Final stage next week. Looking good. Let's go, Viper. You deserve it. I'm happy to hear you're having success there. Truly. Hey, Taco. How you doing? Finally got a double status effect damage roll. Just under 69%. Nice, newbie. Very nice. Heard modders out here resetting people's entire saves if you upset them, shock people who are still playing multiplayer. Yeah, Thermal, it's something people have been able to do. It's just like, if you are in a co-op game with someone, they are capable of modifying your save. So this is why I have not been doing viewer games. This is why I do not advise doing matchmaking in LANs games ever at all. Go through an LFG Discord, go through the official servers LFG channels, go through content creators LFG channels, such as my own or Moxie's or whoever's. Go through even the subreddits. Just like random matchmaking is a recipe for having your shit fucked with. Don't do it. Don't play with people you don't know, trust. Yeah. On the mention of purple snipers, I like the ratchet. Which kind is that, Sonny? Doing great, what about you? Doing well, Taco. Doing well. It's probably faster for me to just eat the hit from the spin so it ends sooner, but then I lose my health enchant, and I don't wanna. Black Powder 4 bag. Ah, that's the one. Right. Oh yeah, if you didn't know, you can jump over that one from the corners, the stampede. You don't have to just crouch under it. Got a sigil at low cooldown. Also been messing with body runes. Just most of my damage is with the action skill, pretty much. You can have that be how the build works, and then just compensate for that by giving yourself as many ways to get the action skill back as possible. You get a twin soul with, say, Ancient and Vampire, so you can wail away at an enemy and get a little bit of cooldown back with each hit, and a chunk of health and shields back. That could maybe be an answer. You know, I don't care that much what that is. It was just a sawmill. 1130 with the Perceiver. Not bad. Alright, let me run to the bathroom again, chat. Tiny bladder, I drank a lot of coffee. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. Bathrooms are right there. Very convenient. Gotta make breakfast, steak and eggs it is. That sounds great. Make a Division 2 tab in Discord? Yeah. Remind me after stream. You could just, like, continue discussing it in other games if it's happened to... Like, if you're doing that right now. I'll make it after stream. I don't want to do that right now because last time I messed with Discord settings while streaming, it crashed OBS. Also, I don't think I can do that with streamer mode on. Has like the Sweet Dreams shield. The thing with that is it can't be enchanted. That is the main reason I don't use it for anything. Because you lose out on things like this. Like, you can run this ward on the right here. Triple amp, which is 100% damage for 20% drain, which is very favorable. And it can still get enchants such as this full health one. So that combined is more damage than Sweet Dreams, with less downsides. Mine's enchanted. Is that one that can be enchanted? Okay, then in that case, yeah, I should look into that. There's some quest rewards that can't be enchanted. I might have been confusing that with, I was thinking of Deuce's. Deuce's Visage is the other unique amp shield. That one can't be enchanted. My mistake. An organic steak at the store marked down to 450. Said, what the fuck, yes? That's crazy. Meat is so expensive right now. Good find. So the wall, health is full, enchant is good. It's extremely good. So it is actually lying to you. It is neither gun damage nor crit damage. It is a 25% conditional damage increase. Conditional being a damage category. That checks for crits. And then another 25% that checks for doing gun damage. If you crit with a gun, you get both. And conditional damage is... I'll rattle off some things in that category, and you'll understand how impactful that is. Spellblade, Cursed Wit, The Old Ways, Headhunter. Those are conditional damage. So it's up there with some heavy hitters in a category that you're likely to not have much in. So it's a very good enchantment. And it's not tied to an action skill. Which is a huge selling point. It's an Amnesia with Haste. Running Stabbo with Amnesia, though, sounds like a great way to just die. I think I have body with that enchant. That'll be great, Thermal. That's it's like one of my favorite things to use on builds. That same thing. Can Fatebreaker's range ability trigger the secondary effects like Vampire? No. You have to physically connect to trigger the hilt mods on almost everything. It's certain unique hilt mods that will apply to anything that you do that is melee damage. For example, Spellblade will apply to anything you do that is melee damage. I won't DMCA myself, Viper. By the time I get back. Speaking of amps, if I'm running unarmored defense, can my ward technically be full? Yes. Unarmored defense, your new max is that reservation point. It's part of why the skill's so good. Figured out my issue with save? Hey, let's go, Pico. Action skill active good on Stabbo because I have ASA Frost on my melee weapon. I run ASA Elemental with my Stabbo gun build. It's all going to depend on what boost you have thermal. So for example, if you have a lot of gun damage on your gear and in your skill tree, you're going to probably want more elemental enchants and all damage enchants, which is what I'm doing here. I've got the conditional one we talked about here. I've got all damage down here. I've got elemental over here. And then on my guns, I tend to run the extend from the shadows one. Sometimes I'll run ASA elemental. But yeah. For the most part, I do that. Hey, Garbage. Thank you for the 1 bit. I don't have that set up here, but I love it. Thank you. Good to see you. How you doing? Hey, Portal Knight. So I managed to one-shot a Chaos Trial Room with Ice Spike and Masterwork Bow with Amp, Mage Armor, procs from bow every shot. Yeah, it's a cool combo. Hey, Control. Let's see, what do we use next run? I kind of want to do another Last Rites run. Oh, we haven't done a Pookie's run yet today. We'll do Pookie's. Where's my plate mail?
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of garbage. I appreciate it. 278, you're a legend. Is this the one I was using? No. Where's my plate mail? This is my plate mail. Yeah, this is so close to one I've been using that I got confused. Mine has area damage and one more point in exploit. But those are close. The hell of a drop. We'll use a dark magic one. Pistol. This is what I mean when I talk about how I just kind of swap some things around depending on which guns I'm using. Cool. Pookie's run. Area damage on my Cape of Tides and it's grabbed my Berserker. Yeah, that's strong. Hope you're doing well. Guess I missed my curse thing earlier. I might have. Hey, Tom, I got back. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Holy shit. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. Thank you.
Are you prepared?
So, we're gonna use the Margaret just for you, Control. Not repeating that, understandable.
We'll see.
Should set that up, maybe. I might. I like it. So, along with the Ruby's Spite, which we used earlier, the Pookie's Chew Toy is one of those guns that did get hit in the wave of pistol nerfs they did a while back. But the more you use this gun, the more you see that that nerf was completely justified, because this gun is a monster. It's like if you took the Maggie from classic Borderlands stuff, you gave it a chance to get ammo back on each shot, and you give it a massive mag size. It's just a really good gun. Very classic Jacob's Black Powder feel. Hey, Garbage, thank you for continuing the gift sub for Mr. Adblock. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Mr. Adblock, the man again, gifting sub to Thermal. You guys are crazy generous, thank you. Soccer Chick, thank you for the 100 bits. I like emotes? Yeah, me too. I hope you enjoy the lovely emotes. Thank you for the 200 bits. It's like the Maggie and Lucky 7 out of Wild Knight a few years back and then lost touch. Accurate. Dex, thank you for gifting sub out to the community. Thank you so much for the 8th time going to JBH. Thank you. You guys are really generous. I appreciate it. Soccer Chick, thank you for the 1,000. Closer to new bit badge. Thank you. I'm getting all distracted now. Mr. Adblock gifted one to C4 as well. Thank you so much. 280. You had to round it off, didn't you?
Closer to new bit badge day.
Yes, text-to-speech. That did happen. Robot, thank you so much for the 10 months. Keep up the good work. I will do my best. I appreciate the kind words and the continued support.
Keep up the good work, Cloud.
Had to round that off for sure. 20 away from 300. Almost this is Corda. Nice. Just gotten done composing a very large comment on popular YouTube channels about Destiny 2's content creator drought. I think it fixes what I've composed for my hours of LFGing, talking to people, just casually raid with. That's cool. Anyways, hello. Hi. Is that normal duration? Stabo power increases it, so I have 34% here and 33% here. So that's just normal duration with 66%, 67% Stabo power. That's without duration passes, that's without the reload enchant. Pookie's getting enchanted would be cool too, because I could run that reload enchant.
Level 4.
Thank you for another 100 bits time I got back. I appreciate it. You guys do not have to do the scam train thing. Seriously. I appreciate it, but you don't have to. Just in case it needs to be said. That's an evil eye crap. Need to kill a shroomlet to get my body room. Oh. Okay, that was the end of the room anyway. Gigascan trade.
Well, that's more like it.
Missed the company, man. It would be interesting. Glad the passive load is gone. Or throw a new match manufacturer throughout the game. I'm kind of glad it's not back. Precisely for the reasons you said. And also, like, what slot would it go in? Would it be a necklace? Because necklaces don't do, or amulets, excuse me. Amulets don't do that much, and I like to keep it that way. Because it makes it so you don't feel forced into one. Do you make it a ring? Because rings are also designed to not do that much. It would have to be, like, logically speaking, an armor, and then that opens up the door of, hey, armor part variance is bad enough. And, like, I'm just kind of glad it's not back. Worlds, thank you for gifting 2 subs out to the community. I appreciate it. Generosity means a lot. Thank you. Fire friend! I saved you. Stop dodging me. Hello? I'm gonna come down, because I don't want to go up there. No, Fire Friend! I forgot about Fire Friend. Big love. I appreciate it, Worlds. Thank you so much. You guys, level 4 hype train. That's crazy. Thank you. Hey Jerry, how you doing today? Maybe a ring and only activates the bonus using the manufacturer. That could work. That could work. Theoretical bug? No, no. This is my actual accuracy right now because I'm using the Anarchy curse.
magic I need.
Oh, I guess they were on the statue. Yeah, I deserved that. Counterpoint to that idea, though, Dex, now that I think about it. They just spent some time reducing maximum ring power to get them closer together. I don't think introducing one as powerful as that would be in the interest of game health, the more I think about it. Having manufacturer stats to be problematic? Yeah. Increasing the pool? Yeah, not very player friendly. Hey Shag, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Shag. Thank you. Man, you guys got me all warm and fuzzy and shit. Thank you. Brought us to level 5. Thank you, Shag. And everyone else. Sharksbane still OP with gun damage? Yeah, Sonny. Sharksbane even got buffed. They listed 5 of the buffs they did in the patch, but there were 6. They also buffed the Sharksbane. Sharksbane used to be 25% increase on crit, it's now 33%. Yeah, they buffed Sharksbane.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Kyler, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you.
On fire. There you go, Quack.
I don't know what to say. Like, my brain reset a little bit. Kyler, you're crazy generous as always. Thank you for 5 gifted subs, total 23. Maxed out the hype train. Thank you so much.
There you go, Quack.
Shag OP? Indeed, Longshot. Indeed. The artist? Yeah. We're able to give out 5 artist badges. And I, of course, covered Pup T, Felicia, and Perek for the first 3. Choco Bear did the hype emote, so I gave him one as well. And Kyler did the scuffed bonk follower emote, so Kyler got the last one. If we could give out more, then Joe would also get one for the funny tier 2 emotes. But thank you again for all the gift subs, everyone. That's crazy. Thank you. Pookie's for Nightmare? It'll take a bit, but sure. You see how I was able to shoot a lot more times there? That was the Pookie's effect kicking in. The chance to get ammo back when you crit. Hey Sonny, thank you for the 5 gifted. And you guys are spoiling me today. Hey, it really does go a long way. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping me keep the lights on. Figuratively and literally. Thank you so much. I'm all overwhelmed and shit. Make up for the day off? No, you don't, but I appreciate it. There we go, there's our damage. Well, if you take the time to answer all our questions, it's been very helpful, host. Hey, my pleasure, Sonny. I pride myself on at least trying to do that, and one of the reasons I got into content creation in the first place was to help spread good info in these kinds of super confusing builds-related games. So the fact that you're getting any use at all out of it means I'm doing what I set out to do. So thank you for being a part of the community. Hit me. Am I dead? No, I'm not dead. That's surprising. I need to figure out better room positioning to dodge that attack. I'm not very good at that. Hey, choo-choo. Thank you so much, everyone. 18 subs, 2,400 bits, 2,401 bit. Don't forget the 1. Thank you so much. Stand in the middle and crouching never touches me. Yeah, when you're standing in the middle and crouching when he's at that position, or I guess it's she technically, it's Butt Stallion, right? I guess it's she technically. When it does the projectile spam attack, if you're just crouched here, it hits you if you don't have a sigil. But you can actually back up, and if you crouch over here, then it doesn't hit you. His aim is my favorite thing. It's not that bad. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Yeah, one thing I like with boss design in this game is each of the attacks has something you can do about it. I just gotta figure out how to consistently avoid that vertical swipe one. That's the only attack that I have any trouble with anymore. Each of the other ones has a counter. Like, when it's up on the sides and doing the projectile spam thing, I know a lot of people have trouble with that. Strafing is an option, though it is inconsistent. A very consistent strat is, let's say that this is the platform, and you know, that's Nightmare. All you have to do is just get close, because it can't hit you if you're right there. Drill has a few attacks you approach the same way, and then there's the obvious jump or crouch attacks on a few bosses. Maker, Banshee, Dragon Lord, all have those. Here's what you do, run straight at Nightmare, hope elusive procs. Technically, it works. Hey Butter, how you doing? Gotta start my Div 2 playthrough. Whole arena crouch thing when you're too tall. That is a reason to make a slightly shorter character, yes. Banshee attacks still confuse me, so I run like fuck. So, which ones confuse you, C4? Is it the horizontal beams? Because those have a few cues. Not only do Banshee's physical animations she's doing change, but the crystals behind her will be the elevation of the attack. So if they're at her like shoulder level, then it's a crouch one. If they're at her knee level, then it's a jump one. Also, the colors of the beams are different. One is blue and one is purple. I don't remember off the top of my head which is which right now, but that's a visual indicator as well. And then what she does with her arms is different too. The projectiles? Yeah, that one is arm animation based, so she'll like bring her arms back to one side and then start moving them forward. You just strafe to the opposite side. So if she is moving her arms back to her right, our left, her right, so like this side, then you go to the opposite side, just strafe. Or you can use a sigil and block it. Either works. What weapon for the next run? So we've used almost all of these. I do want to do more Mole Man. We haven't done a headcanon run yet. I want to do another Mole Man run. Heckwaiter Mole Man? Heckwaiter Mole Man. It's just too fun. Need a better armor for this, but this Amalgam, look at the stats on this. Like, the skills aren't good. It's not even chaotic or anything, but the stats. In particular, the big thing is area damage. I suppose, ideally, I would want a Stabo primary, Claw secondary, Diamond Gauntlets, Fire. I guess Steel Gauntlets would be better. No, Diamond in this case. But like, that's such a specific role, that shit ain't happening. Not worried about it. And then Fire here. Why do I have that? Must have accidentally picked that up. Sigil Gaming. Sigil only run? That's possible. How you doing, Stuff Beaver? Good to see you. Use the Ruby Spite in the higher zoom firing mode. So like the one I have, I didn't notice a zoom change at all, honestly. Does it change? Oh yeah, it does. I guess that's how you tell. Yeah, it's good in both of them. I haven't, like, tested what you said, but I do trust you about one of them having higher damage, weirdly. Stabo Claw, Diamond Gauntlet with stab elemental skills, decent passives, yeah. Is all damage a separate category of damage, or does it boost all types of damage? It's a separate category, Jerry. It's a separate category. But it is a very populated category, and that's the reason why some stats and some skills are not super valuable. For example, this skill here, Swift Death, goes in that category, as does this skill, 1000 Cuts. And these are small amounts in that very easily accessible category. For example, this enchant is going into there. This all damage roll is going into there. If you get all damage on this slot, it goes into there. Insight Rings all damage, if you use one of those, goes into there. If you use Spellcast Damage Dealt enchant like this, that goes into there. Graveborn's Faithful Thralls and Lord of Edges go there. You get a lot in that category. So it's not something you stack, it's something you weigh appropriately along with your gun damage, your elemental damage, your area damage, all that stuff. 2 more Mole Man, haven't seen it yet? We'll do. We'll do Heckwaiter and Mole Man. Woke up, went to my first concert in 2.5 years last night. How are you? I'm doing well. Who'd you go see? Who'd you go see? I haven't seen live music in a while as well. Let me live vicariously. Mole Man good. Heckweight are also good.
Ready to cast.
And I love the firing sound. It's just so beyond satisfying. I treat the vertical slice like drill spear toss has worked for me so far. I should try that. Dance Gavin Dance and Memphis Mayfire. Memphis Mayfire, excuse me, can't speak. Were the two I was there to see. Nice, nice. Bullet Reflection, my favorite. Someone using an SMG that's not the Frost times 4 one? I know, Ken. I know. What if I told you that Nightshades and Spriggans are extremely overrated? And that they're simply hyped up out of a lack of desire to experiment with other items. Like, they don't hold a candle to the White Rider. And the Heckwaiter is, like, good. Sounds like there's more diversity than realized. Yeah. Yep. A big reason why the Nightshade and Spriggan get hyped up as much as they do is because they're good Buffmeister platforms. Think about it. Buffmeister is a global bonus element that goes on each thing you do. So if you're using a ×4 gun, you get 4 instances of Buffmeister doing a thing. So yet another reason that item has colored people's perceptions of balance in a very negative way. Hey Emily, how you doing today? Good, glad to hear it. No, Firefront, no! I didn't mean it. Chad, I didn't tell Firefront I love them. Back to the level grind. I feel ya. I feel ya. Trying out the antique bow, it hits pretty hard. You need a better one for sure. The great thing about them, Sonny, is that they are completely fixed parts. And the Great Bow is also the easiest gun to farm in the game. Yes, I paused for this. So, 1. The Great Bow will recalculate its level based on your level. So, if you have a level 20 unused Great Bow, and you shoot it at level 40, the new one is level 40. Additionally, it's completely fixed parts, can't be enchanted, so you don't have to worry about getting a bad or a good version. As long as it's the correct level, it'll be the same parts. All you gotta worry about is element. And on top of that, it's the easiest weapon to get at high chaos tiers, like Primordial, because a normal Great Bow, because the used one is considered a different item by the game, you can have a normal one turn into a Primordial one. So every Great Bow you pick up, every Great Bow you find, if you're in the market for a used one of that variety, whether you're on Chaos 35 on that character or not, pick it up, and then just, next time you're on Chaos 35, level 40, just shoot it. See what it turns into. Actually, Horde's Fireballs does not need Fire Sprite. Listen. I just...
Won't be enough.
You know?
There's power. Well, what is it?
Curse Crab, stop dodging my rockets. I don't have that many of them. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hey, look, it's an artist. Uh-huh. I know. Yeah, you know. You know. Time to use up my lot of them? Yeah. Just the way I got all the primordial ones I have primordial used of every element except for dark magic, I think. No, I do have dark magic. What's the one I don't have? No, I think I do have them all now. The way I got that was I just got an inventory full of great bows, and then I just sat there shooting them all. And eventually I got everyone.
Storm takes flight. You can tell them I'm... Let's get casting and blast.
Good job, Mole Man. Sawmill OP though. Sawmill is sick. Okay, near me there's a Greek place called Hide in Greek. Amazing. Mole Man is good. That was 9 minutes 26 seconds dicking around with a Heck Waiter and a Mole Man. Ice and Dark Magic, best ones, IMO. So Dark Magic is, strictly speaking, the least desirable gun element to use, because Dark Magic has an elemental penalty against every health bar matchup. So it has the least starting damage. Now, if you're running a specific setup where Dark Magic has some sort of increased value, like, say, Reaper of Bones, it can maybe help you heal a little bit better, that's a selling point. But Dark Magic is starting out at the least damage. Since Sawmill has the advantage of rolling in every possible element, you can have just the necessary Sawmill for each type of bar, like Fire on Flesh, Poison on Armor, Cryo on Bone, and then Lightning on Wards. Oh, this reminded me. Liquid Cooling. Right, we want to roll pistols because I want a Primordial Liquid Cooling. Primordial times 2. Let's go. Feels bad when Nightmare doesn't jump down right away. Yeah. I wish that, like, the first 2 jumps, or at least every other jump, it jumped down instead of up. It sucks when it just bounces between the top 3 locations and never comes down. Bold of you to assume I have enough backpack space to keep all the elements around. I have all the elements that my backpack will allow at my disposal. Fire! 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 What's that last one? Oh yeah. Fire! Primordial Thumbsbane. Let's do more 2-mag Carouser, because that's fun. Do I keep using this with 2-mag Carouser? Actually, yes. Let's do 2-mag Carouser without the plate mail, see how that does. Oh, I didn't actually need to swap anything there. That's cool. Pika Fine, Pika Fire. Pika Fire, Pika Fire. Oh, I thought it said Pika Fine. So I was like, Quag Fine. It's a volatile ×4 Nightshade. 35 mag though. 35 mag kinda bad. The thing with Nightshades is if you do use these, you want to have the lower mag ones, not only because that's higher damage, but because these ×4s have a fire rate slowdown. If you don't dump the whole mag by the time the slowdown starts, you're losing a lot of DPS. And if you have any special traits, yes, the ricochets do dark magic damage, and they leave puddles as well.
Enter if you dare.
You have to see an elemental sawmill. I have bad luck with finding fire ones, specifically thermal. Like, I went about a full 2 weeks of hitting the sniper bunny without seeing a fire sawmill. It was crazy. Saw every other element and non-elemental. Took me a while to see a fire one. Look at that. Being able to follow up that first shot immediately with a second is so crazy. Especially because Carouser crossbow mult is quite high. What is it? 8%. That's really high. We didn't start the fire is always in my backpack. Hmm? Both Carousers just fuck this Cyclops in particular. Uh-huh. There you are. Gun's good on everyone. This gun, the Carouser? Yeah, it's absolutely sick. Sniper rifles as a whole in this game are good. I'll tell you the full extent of sniper rifles, at least in terms of the uniques that aren't good. Ready? The Skeet Prod is very middle of the road. Unremarkable, consumes a lot of ammo for somewhat minimal results, though it can be made to work. The Envy, same boat. It's kind of just okay, but it's very enjoyable. And as long as you're not expecting it to, you know, delete the world on Chaos 35, but you can still use it as a main gun to clear on Chaos 35, it's just kind of okay. The Con is completely terrible and has no redeeming qualities. It's flat out awful. Every single other unique sniper in the game ranges from good to top tier. The Great Bow, both versions, are top tier. The Carouser is top tier. The Sawmill is top tier. The Ironside is very, very good. Think of it as a slightly lower tier than the Carouser, but available as a quest reward. It's also one of the enchantable quest rewards, by the way. The Drill's Fury, extremely good mobbing sniper. Love to call it the Super Seducer. This gun is now the Super Seducer. In terms of non-unique snipers, the crossbow barrel black powders are very good. The saw blade stoker snipers are pretty good. I've not used the non-unique Dahlia or Hyperius ones enough to have an informed opinion.
Go for the eye.
496k, nice. That a carouser? Yeah, Rohit. Especially since the enemies prefer to die rather than getting seduced by— You stop it. You stop it right now. I'm glaring at you. Double barrel shotgun snipering people. Yes. The cool thing about this is it would get even crazier with more fire rate and more reload speed, aka be a spell shot. Like, on a spell shot, you could do this. Mage armor would maintain your amp ward more often, so you could run to that instead of a body rune. You get magic bullets for more damage formula. You get just warming up for more fire rate. You got prestidigitation for more reload speed. Like, this shit, it would be pretty crazy. Somehow with the movements of the enemies, I can't get out of using it like an ADS type weapon. It helps to just kind of barrel stuff.
Turned away.
Very quaggurate today. I missed a lot of shots earlier. I've had 4 hours of warming up. Ow. Our lead encounters not worth doing. Seems like this build will handle them fine. Lead encounters are worth doing, as long as you have the DPS to clear them. I honestly just forget. That's the entire reason. I just forget that it's a thing. Here, I'll elite one right now. I just forget. Nice quag aim gun build. Something like that, Silent. Something like that. We've been showcasing a lot of guns today. 2-mag carouser is very enjoyable. This is one we cycled back around to a bit. Elite Evil Eye Craft, aka I'd like to die. Can I just keep it confused with the carouser? Is that a play I can do? Biding times on my actions go. Leave me alone.
This works no play.
There we go. Not a volatile White Rider, just consume 2 ammo per shot, so it'll still be good. The 2 ammo per shot is what differentiates a good White Rider and a great White Rider. But it'll still be good, thermal, as long as it's got low mag, high damage.
Ready to cast.
Fucking do it. And my bad aim cost me this fast cycle. 18 mag, that's pretty good. I'm head out now. Might watch the VOD later. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I took a hit that I shouldn't have. Attack.
Got no juice.
Get you in the next cycle. Oh, beautiful. Any good recommendations on melee weapons for a build like you're doing? Ooh, I have a perfect recommendation. So, Twin Soul is my favorite melee weapon in the whole game, Sonny. And what I really like about it is that it's flexible. It's got a lot of desirable things. Very fast swing speed, and variable hilt mods. So on this build, I run Amp Echo. Amp is a huge multiplier for your next 3 shots if you're firing a weapon that you don't shoot super frequently, like a sniper rifle or a rocket launcher, etc., or most shotguns, then you get good mileage. Echo is great because if I'm trying to melee often to get my amp, then that means I've done some amount of damage since the last time I got it, meaning Echo allows me to deliver that damage back. These are a great combination. You can run lots of other things. You could run Amp Caustic, Echo Caustic. You could run one of these with Vampire as well if you want a little bit of healing. You could use Ancient if you want to have yet another way to get more from the Shadows uptime, because it gets huge chunks of your cooldown back, especially with a weapon that swings this fast. Twin Soul is fantastic for this kind of build. You crouch under the Stampede. Yeah, you can time your jump over from like this angle, or you can just crouch under. Livewire 1 bullet boosts your melee damage a lot too. Yeah, that's not the melee weapon slot, but that'll be the most powerful way you could use a gun slot to increase your melee. Absolutely. Vampire plus Ancient allows you to phase tank damage and get your action skill back. Yeah, I use Vampire Ancient on my Hammerzerker melee build. I'm working on a Clawstalker melee build right now that is using, currently, it's Vampire Rampage, though I'm experimenting. Check Legendary before you go? No. Going through Nightmare's loot pile? No, absolutely not. I'm good. I'm okay. Girl said she's never had steak and eggs, said you can learn today. Steak and eggs, top tier combo. Here's a Caustic, Ancient, Twin Soul on my Blizzard build, switch to Livewire to melee my actions go back, works great. Sounds like it. That's very satisfying. We have an even number of crystals. That's so satisfying to look at. One day it's gonna be an even number and it's gonna be on a multiple of 500. I'm gonna cry. It's a volatile pixie? No. No, stop giving me pixies. Dark Magic Perceiver. Do I care about that? No. 3,500 last night? I hate you. ×2 Gluttony. Yeah, that's a DPS monster. Chaotic Rubies. Auto Magic. I haven't tried an Auto Magic on this build. How have I not tried an Auto Magic on this build? Huh. I'm weird. I guess we keep rolling Pistol Bunny and try and change that. Frozen Orb a good spell? It's okay. I wouldn't call it good. It's definitely not bad, but it's okay. It'll get you there. It's very enjoyable with spell radius increases, and it hits a lot of times, so it scales nicely with crit chance to give it more opportunities to double knot, for example. It's good lingering area damage as well. I forgot to Mole Man much that run. Weren't. Let's do another with more Mole Man focus. Times 2 Gluttony increases throw damage? No. So the throw damage will be determined in part off of the card damage, and the Chuck modules in this game, and in Borderlands 3, they don't account for extra projectiles for most modules, and because the second projectile gives you a damage penalty, like per projectile, you add the projectiles together, it's more, so that's more for shooting, but for throwing, it's less, because a ×1 volatile is like 900, a ×2 volatile is like 500 times 2. So for the Chuck, less projectiles is better. For the gun, more is better. At least, we're talking DPS. Assuming you have the reload speed to keep up with that.
Come on, have some fun.
Auto Magic hurts my eyes. Splashing warning. Yeah. Talk Black Powder ARs, Crossbow Generator. I have a couple of these. Like them, what do you think? Crossbow Generator is pretty good. If you're doing this kind of ricochet-focused build, then a ×4 has lots of opportunities to ricochet. A ×1 is higher DPS, but it can absolutely be made to work. Of course, the regular old Black Powder ARs, Crossbow Barrel, are in the same kind of boat, just not as good as the Crossbow Generator. Same concepts there. Yeah, they're good. They're good. Oh, game, you okay? A little bit of stutter there. ×4? Yeah. Any known way of getting a ×18 body rocker? Just luck. Just luck. Oh yeah, you're immune to that. Oops. I want to get a kill just to get my body room going. Put my check will be in the middle of the day. Hopefully. Prompt payment is nice.
Never a moment.
Oh, Mr. Beanie Man. Hey, Boom. How you doing? Also feel when you use rack attack and fade away at the same time. It's lovely. Ow. Didn't know you were there. Thanks, Carouser. Making this a lot easier for me. Yeah, you all fight each other. Love this gun. Is that the rocket launcher you get from the Murph quest? Yes. The Moleman. It's extremely good on mortar mode. Not mortar mode. Missile salvo mode. That's the word. Which totally underpowered useless legendary assault rifle is this? I've been using a lot of guns today, Boom. We've been using the Carouser, of course, as always. The Ironsides is yet another good sniper rifle. It's one of the enchantable quest rewards. So that's cool. Definitely going to keep an eye out for. Heckwaiter still slaps. Moleman does work. Come on, regen 1 rocket. That's all I need you to do. Regen 1. There we go. I just needed 2 shots. I know exactly how much it takes to kill Shara, and it is 2 rocket ammo. See my Daryl SMG save file. Oh, I forgot about it, Dex. I'll have to try that out. I'll mess with that after stream, I think. I forgot about that. Favorite QL change in Wonderlands, the armor being universal. Imagine tomorrow with Stackbot. Now, one point of criticism that I don't disagree with, like, I don't necessarily find it much of a problem, but the armor's effect feel less build-defining for the most part. Now, that's not a universal thing. For example, Amnesia, Pandemicium, Corrupted Plate Mail can still be very build-defining. But armors feel less like you build around them and more you put them into your build, and that's fair. I think with the nature of multi-classing, they had to be careful with that. I consider it kind of acceptable losses, but we also don't know how future armors will look, so I'm reserving judgment. Certainly a better option than Ironsides, Chaotic's viable in C20. Yeah, Ironsides is by no means top tier, but it's more than viable enough for C35 even, assuming you just hit the crits. Which still puts it in a good place. Hey, that's a hero statue material I don't have? Wait, I'm confused. It's been so long since I've gotten a cosmetic that I didn't already have. Sick. Oh, I forgot to elite this room. Oh well. You just assumed I aim. Fair.
Ready to cast.
Oh man, is so satisfying. There's a bunch of guns I want to mess around with the spell kill extra projectile enchant on a spell. I'm sure with a triple ice spike you could just kill weak enemies and then keep the enchant active for most of the room. I want to do that with like stuff like this Carouser, with the Mole Man. Just think about it, if that 1 ammo per shot for 2 rockets on the alt fire mode is what I'm using on that, if I could get 3 rockets for 1 ammo, that's value. Ammo's a big problem with launchers and snipers when you use them in most builds. It's a big problem with launchers, not at all with snipers, Irish. Like, not even a little bit. Unless that sniper's name is the Sawmill, not at all. Nope. I reject this wide-held belief that snipers have ammo problems. If that sniper is a Sawmill, sure. Anything else? No. Carouser's 1 ammo per shot. Great Bow is 2. Ironsides is 1. Envy is 1. Like, not at all. Do I have enough after getting those shrines that I could Mole Man the whole fight? Maybe. Maybe I'm just not making the best use of snipers build so far. I've been constant damage, not high damage single target.
That's the good stuff.
Snipers get a lot out of critting. All of the ricochet enabled ones, such as Sawmill and the black powder ones, the way you get more ammo efficiency out of them is by killing enemies with ricochets as well. So maybe it is an efficiency issue, yeah. Ow.
Out of spell slot.
No, my ammo. Okay, I'll regen. Copium. Okay, we had Echo. We're good. Sorry, I have 80 rockets. Yeah, I've been buying ammo shrines throughout the run. If you're gonna use a build around an ammo type that is scarce, and you're in the Chaos Chamber, you can just take the ammo upgrades. You're not gonna be able to use something like this as a primary unless you do that. If you don't take the ammo upgrades, then yeah, just use it as a secondary weapon or a situational swap, but... yeah. Yeah, it took 2 altars for ammo capacity. Got a higher level Super Seducer. They're so good, Felicia. They're also really good for building spell weaving. Volatile Blazing Volley. That's a high mag. I don't want that. Warped Paradigm. Melee conversion. Good skills. I guess I take it. Mole Man or Rocket Launchers general work with ammo regen builds. So the thing with that, Leitfin, is launchers have ammo regen penalties built in. In Borderlands 3, you got something like 17% of total ammo regen. Was the final value that launchers got. So 17% of the 3% that I have in this build would be the Borderlands 3 equivalent, so not very much. But they increased the penalty to this game. I want to say you get about 10% of your total ammo regen, so I have 0.3%, which means every second I get 0.3% of my mag back. Ammo regen is not a way to sustain launchers in this game. Even if I got every possible mag size boost in the game active at once with 3 points in Quiver of Holding and a Last Gasp, that's 13%. Then you take 10% of that. It's not much. Now, increasing your actual physical mag size enough would mean that that regen could get to a point where it's something. And especially with a 1 ammo per shot launcher like the Mole Man, if I was able to get up to, say, like 100 mag, then yeah, it'd be something. But how about 5 to 3 Quiver? There are no armor combinations that give you points in Quiver. The only reason you can get more than that is from Butt Stallion, which is RNG. Each subsequent point of Quiver is 10% more mag size and 1% more ammo regen. So it would be a very high value thing if you could roll it on armor, but you can't. Like, I would definitely roll with some 6 out of 3 Quiver builds. It's a volatile ×3 Ludite, but it is non-elemental and blue. Sad. Six out of 3 Quiver, Sawmill the World. Yeah, Sawmill would be great with that. I'd even try it on launcher tech stuff. What other weapons would benefit a lot from that? It wouldn't be necessary with the Heck Waiter, but it'd be funny. Stickies. Yeah, any Torg stickies would benefit a lot from that extra mag size in particular. Auto magic. Does Ludite have to be elemental for you to use it? No, it's just using a non-elemental one. You are getting a slightly higher base damage, but you are losing element matching and elemental boosts from your formula, which account for more than the base damage increase. A non-elemental one is good if you are A, low on elemental boost in your formula, and B, need to counter a health bar that your kit can't currently. Like, let's say all your guns are frost and you go against some wards. A non-elemental one would be better than a frost one, unless you're using, say, Soaked with a ton of cryo boosts. What was the thing I was rerolling? I want to reroll my Perceiver. It was this. I don't know what enchant I was going for. Oh, low health. That's the one. Boost live wire chains with melee stuff. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably would. Alchemical Agent later, too. Alchemical Agent, Quiver of Holding, Unarmored Defense, those would be some wild skills to see on armor. Whenever we get the 7th class, presumably that's going to come with new skill combinations, so, you know, maybe. I'll show you guys the thing I've been working on. This is a work in progress. This is with gear that's just been thrown together based on what I have. I'll point out the things that I should upgrade before attempting this, but I may as well show you guys the work in progress. Too many mules. Should I ditch most non-LE guns in melee? On all classes besides Spore gets a melee boost and Tree? No. Spellshot does not get any LE boosts. Graveborn only gets Dark Magic. Berserker only gets Frost. Clawbringer is the only one that gets everything. Stabbo does not get an elemental boost. It matters entirely on what you have on your spec. How do you feel about Catatumbo? Do you want to do a build around that sometimes? So one of the first builds I did scroll was a Catatumbo build. Hexecutioner, Awe, Catatumbo. It's a lot of fun. It's a good From the Shadows weapon as well. It's still a good gun. It got a slight nerf, but it's still good. I like it. So I wanted to, based on someone in official server was theory crafting around a high crit chance melee build. And I was thinking about it, I was like, this might be the use case for Rampage. So Rampage Hilt is just kind of the runt of the litter in terms of very good hilt mods. It's just like the worst of all of them. I'd rather have any other one. And I'm trying to see if this is a good use case for it. So these are rings I already had on me. I had the silicone ring. I don't know if that's a double or triple melee crit chance roll. Doesn't really matter. It's a silicone ring, so that increased by 33% when I'm over 50% health. Not a hard condition to meet. Happen to roll melee damage, which is helpful. This is a championship ring with melee crit chance. I should probably like dupe that, but whatever. Just regular body rune with low health enchant. This is a claw I happen to luck into. It's really nice. 3 in Awe, 2 in Oath of Thunder, and melee crit chance. It's only chaotic. I'd want higher chaos tier here because more Stabbo power is more class feat crit chance, and it would increase the melee crit chance passive here as well. A Tidebreaker with the gun and melee crit chance. You see the trend here. Chaotic slip and stun, double status damage, Stabbo power. So the idea here is our melee crit chance unbuffed right now is 71.6%. Now, hitting once with the Twin Soul that we have equipped gives us 10% more melee crit chance. And then 10% more, and 10% more until a crit happens. So, in theory, at least mathematically, every other hit should crit before buffs. Now, we have a bunch of stuff. We've got... That number does not include Awe, which we have, and it does not include this. So, we have more than we need. I just haven't bothered to roll that enchant yet. So, basically, we have melee auto crits in this setup, unless some weird shit happens or something goes wrong. Which means every hit should apply Alchemical Agent. And because we have that much crit chance, our Storm Dragon's Judgment should always be critting as well. So I should honestly put more formula stuff into that. It's just a build concept's been messing with. I haven't taken it through a full run at all, so like, fuck it, see what happens. Please don't give me fucking Dragon Lord or something. They're good Burrbringer melee builds. Hammer Zerker? Yes. Yes, I have a melee Hammer Zerker I play. It even uses Feral Surge.
The glory of the storm.
Fun fact, Clawbringer has a claim to being the most efficient user of the Livewire. Because Livewire is gun damage. Oath of Fire is a bonus element applied to guns. Clawbringer also has Oath of Thunder, a bonus element applied to melee. Clawbringer also has Dragon Aura, which is elemental damage. Clawbringer has a lot of Livewire stuff. Also Awe. And Awe's crit chance component triggers off of lightning damage, which the Livewire is.
Well, that's the measure of you, isn't it?
Always be critting. Let my cry, Red Hellion felt weak against Pen Dragon Lord, maybe you just need to build around it. Yeah, Red Hellion's something you build around. You get move speed for the extra projectiles from it. And you need some amount of fire rate and mag size to really make it into a DPS machine. I'm just using this Red Hellion because I had it, and it's something I can hold that isn't a Livewire. I don't know what I would want to hold for this build other than... I'd probably want a purple Skulldugger pistol. So we'll hit the pistol bunnies this run, because I want a 40% melee, because that's just free damage. Yeah, I should hold that. Preferably a fire one, because that'll let me trigger the fire part of Awe, which I don't think I have anything able to do that right now. Yeah, I need a fire gun, because I'm not getting the crit damage from Awe at all. Since I have a Storm Claw, my pets aren't capable of triggering the fire part anymore. The only time I ever get it is from Blasphemous Favor. Trusted Magic. Sure, whatever. Body Spray with Double Vampire seems fun for melee. Yeah, I want to do a Reaper of Bones melee setup with that. Sounds like it'd be a good time. Occasion probably put fire damage on them. I don't think Awe tracks dots. Bonus elements and dots do not count to skill triggering effects. You can tell how many stacks of Awe I have in the bottom left corner, and I'm pretty sure I just got that second one from Blasphemous Favor. I could be incorrect. If the dots count towards Awe, no, because that guy had a fire dot on him, and I lost the fire stack. So yeah, they don't. Only from weapons? It's not from weapons, it's from anything that is a base damage source of fire. Dots are not part of that. So like, if my melee weapon was fire, it would count. If my gun was fire, it'd count. If I used a fire spell. If my pet did some fire damage. But my pets are incapable of doing fire damage right now. I'm not using a fire gun, I'm not using a fire spell, I'm not using a fire melee weapon, so it is only Blasphemous Favor triggering Awe for me right now. At least the crit damage part. The chance part, I constantly have. I'm using a Storm Claw. My pets are dealing only shock damage. My action skill is shock. My melee weapon is shock. Ha, shock and Awe. Get it? Get it? Get it? Shield Nova would count. I don't see myself giving up Body Rune for that. Fire Claw would be preferred then? No, because then I wouldn't get the debuff. Because remember, you get a debuff for the element of the conversion. So Lightning Claw makes my Storm Dragon's Judgment deal more damage. And my melee weapon. Try the Afterburner, no reason to. Clawbringer doesn't provide anything to the Afterburner that anyone else would, and damage effects from items, if they do not also have a utility purpose, they are already weak on C35. A lot of them were already weak on C20. Stuff like the full battery, the Afterburner, Nova Shields, they just don't do much damage. There's no scaling in place to help them like there was Mayhem scaling in Borderlands 3, so enemies got tankier without their damage going up. Chaos Tears also do not increase the damage of those things. It's performing pretty well, honestly. I'm surprised. I'm in awe of these jokes. Can that melee weapon roll fire, maybe? Is it preferred lightning for something else? It can roll fire. There's definitely an argument there. Ruin, let me know if I butchered your name, or whatever you prefer to be addressed by. Welcome, by the way. Good to meet you. I didn't say welcome earlier. So there's a shout for this being fire, but the problem is I'm running soaked. So I would be cutting my melee damage in half, and I have a lot of stuff scaling off of how much my melee did. So I kind of want to avoid that. I'd probably give up soaked if I was using a fire Twin Soul. I think the play really is to just use a fire gun. Like, if this Red Hellion was fire instead, I'd be set. When this runs over, please show off Hammer Zerker? Yeah, I will send you. Remind me in the loot room. Gotta slide more for that slip inside. Yeah, I suppose I do. I was just wearing it for the stats. I totally forgot that I can do that. That is helpful. Another thing I could stand to put on this build is a way of freezing things. But for me to have soaked and a reliable freezing tool, I think I'd need I need to hold a Twisted Delusion. Game stutter. Cool. Ooh, big dot. Sigil, I'd have to give up that unless I used a Twisted Delusion. But then that puts me back in a situation where I don't have any fire damage sources. Official final thoughts on Clawbringer. There's some things that are kind of weird on the class, but it's a good class. It has a lot of power. It's not bad. Clawbringer's weaknesses are exaggerated. Darkest Dungeon 2 update drop? Ooh, nice. So the name alright, thanks. Trying to get a good cape of ties for my claw stab. Not expecting awe at the moment. So I think I have more crit chance than I need. Like, let me... Does my skill screen dynamically update with that? Okay, this is 94% crit chance. I don't know which it updated for between awe and the enchant. But this means that with Rampage, yeah, it's like I have melee auto crits basically. So I think I have more crit chance than I need, and this is definitely like I don't have Championship Ring active right now. I do have Silicone Ring, but I don't have Championship Ring active. So I think I have way more crit chance than I need. Why aren't you meleeing more instead of the shotgun? I don't understand. I can't really melee enemies that are flying. At least not easily. Shooting the shotgun is better than doing nothing, which I can do nothing to an enemy from here. I can throw my hammer, but that's on a cooldown. It's on cooldown now, and that enemy's over there, so I shoot. Hammer Throw is the coolest skill IMO. You try the other classes though. Storm Dragon's Judgment is easily a top 3 action skill in this game. If I had to quantify top 3 action skills based on their performance alone, like not enchantments, it would probably be From the Shadows at the top, followed by Storm Dragon's Judgment, followed by Ambihextrous. Like in that order. Yes, I rank this above Ambihextrous. Hammer's a fish slap this game, not really, you take that back. Above Polymorph, our beloved. So Polymorph's great, and I enjoy it flavor-wise, and it has really good applications, but it has downsides that are more severe than the downsides of Ambihextrous. Ambihextrous just locks you out of action skill enchantments and related effects, but it has more pros and cons. Polymorph has some annoying downsides. Hammer's fun, I'm curious how it does with other classes' skills. What do you mean? Put on a lot with Claw, I don't know why. It doesn't have any healing. That'd be a big reason why Thermal. My only healing right now is coming from... See, that passive healing is a combination of this enchantment, and I have a little bit of missing health regen on my armor. But that's it. I'm healing by killing with Body Rune is the main bit, and then that is very passive. Claw doesn't have any healing at all, and neither does Stabbo. So if you're playing any Clawbringer multiclass that does not have Sanguine Sacrament from Graveborn, your healing is only active. It's never passive. And Clawbringer is a class that puts you in danger often in terms of how you have to interact with enemies. So if you don't fill that healing void with, you know, enough gear, then yeah, you can go down a lot.
I
was looking forward to escaping my flak addiction, and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands gave us from the shadows. Yeah, out of tamales. My current favorite gun build in this game is basically just as close to flak as I can make it. It's just, it is what it is. Oh, my game is struggling right now. Are shift servers okay? It's my first thought whenever I get game stutter. Gotta balance, take care. Take it easy, Moo. You have a good one. Static charge board has helped me tank a bit more on Clawgrave. Yeah, big buffer. Big buffer on static charge. Kinetic friction gives you decent shield buffer, but massive health buffer. And static charge cuts into your health, but gives you insane shields. So both are good for tanking. Would War Paradigm converting spells to melee and ability be best on a claw spell to boost Hammer to the moon? It'd be something, but keep in mind Paradigm got reversed. Not reversed, got nerfed. So like, it's 35% conversion instead of 50%. So it's a bit less attractive than it was. And sure, spell shot, spell weaving is a lot of spell damage, and converting that is still a big number. But ultimately, you can get unique boosts in your armor slot. For example, this claw debuff is a fresh multiplier. I already have melee damage, like a lot of it. So I don't need more melee damage, I need other areas of my formula to fill out. There's a very strong argument for using a Spellblade here. I have a Spellblade. Let's try that. Love Flak and Zero, so Establish would be an easy choice for me. Want to play something different, and Hammer Throw is super appealing to me, so I want Claw for my first class. See, I'm a bit different in terms of Borderlands preferences. I love Flak. I hate Zero. Zero is the most boring character they ever made. I will die on this hill. Zero is more boring than Salvador. I will die on this hill. I don't think this is worth losing the Vampire Hill. I don't need the status chance either, because Alchemical is guaranteed. Yeah, that was a bad idea. I don't know why I did that. Where's my correct weapon? There it is. Zero does like 3 things in the whole tree. Yeah, it's, hey, you got cool melee launch. Hey, shoot crit spot with sniper. Hey, that's it. No thank you. I could do melee on more interesting characters, like Krieg. I could shoot guns in more interesting ways, like on literally every other character. No thank you. Zero somehow managed to be the most boring character design in the most boring set of Vault Hunters in terms of character design, ignoring Krieg. No thank you. Enjoy Gauge? I did. Now, I won't say Gauge was an achievement in design. You can like things despite them not being, you know, thought out well. And that's how I feel about Gauge. So I need some bossing. I guess, you know, bossing gun would be the play here. So, like, I'm definitely applying those alchemical dots. Maybe I need more status damage? Enchants around that? It's just a build that I haven't optimized whatsoever, just threw together. So I'm not expecting much. It's doing better than I expected, though.
Now that's more like it. I can't do it.
It's fun. For my Spore spell, do you think I should go for a one slot, one kill, or stay with play the angles? Think about it this way, Sonny. You can get gun damage elsewhere. You cannot get play the angles elsewhere. So you can always get an upgrade to a ring for more gun damage. No ring is ever going to give you the effect to play the angles. But he goes invisible and speaks in haiku. Speaking in haiku is cool, but that's not gameplay. And in terms of going invisible, Deception is the least well-designed of the 3 go invisible action skills. I will not stand for the Zero slander, he's cool as boy. Zero as a character, very cool. So, like, I feel opposite ways about Zero and Lilith. I love Lilith's gameplay in BL1. I hate Lilith as a character. Zero, I love as a character. I hate his gameplay. Favorite BL2 VH is Axon. I love Turret, maintained its best pet we've ever had in a Lands game. Turret was really underrated, Robot. Good taste. I mean, really good aggro management. Like, really good. It could slag. You had very good control over where you deployed it. Better than most Lands pets, I would say. You know if Cursewit comes with Amp? It can. You can roll an Amp part on Cursewit. You can only get 1 augment on Cursewit, or you can get none. Amp is one of the choices. But remember, Amp won't fully drain it, and Cursewit only does anything if it's fully drained. So I'd personally recommend going for different augments. I promised Sindhu some Hammer Zerker. I'm glad skill trees are now weapon agnostic, but I really enjoyed Zero Sniping Tree. Zero had a tree around a concept that didn't make him the best at doing that thing. That's probably why they did away with weapon-specific skill trees. Is Cursewit still bugged? I have no idea, Evelyn. I don't use the shield often, because I just find it boring, uninteresting. But that, you're referring to it sometimes turning off on transition, the thing that used to happen with Smart Armor? Yeah, I don't know. I am not in the know on that. Hey Ivan, how you doing? Wait, what do you think of Grave Stabbo, Morhem's Blessing, and Shadow Step for guaranteed crit melees? Never thought about that. It sounds cool. You'd have to cast the spell before every swing, but, like, that could be fun. Use, like, a Banshee or something juicy per swing. I suppose I should note that Shadow Step, if you let the timer wear off, then you keep the crit effect until your next kill, rather than it being consumed on your next swing. So, there's a way to kind of cheese it for boss fights already. But, in terms of an active gameplay loop of, hey, cast spell, swing, that sounds like a good time. I like that idea, Dex. Spam Arcane Bolts? Yeah, just Arcane Bolt between every spell. Between every swing, excuse me. Okay. We shoot for that first room, but now we melee. Hammer Zerker melee. Featuring Feral Surge.
Time for a spell. Let me show you the way out. You should attack. Block. I don't know. Not
No,
die.
go to 1, not 0. 1. Too much fire rate. There we go. How am I? I'm doing well, Arc Ninja. How you doing? Cape of Tides armor not good for this build? It is. It's just, I don't have a Cape of Tides with these exact rolls. The 4 points in Iron Squall are really nice here, because that's a lot of swing speed. I'm using a Twin Soul, surprise, surprise, with Ancient and Vampire. So each swing individually has a lot of value, because each one is shaving off some cooldown of my Feral Surge, which has a long cooldown, and healing both my ward and my health bar. Keeping full health gives me this enchantment, which is very nice to have. But also, we just, want to stay healthy best we can. It also stacks up this Consec melee enchant faster, so these Iron Squall points are important. We could get that on a Cape of Tides, yes. But having this Claw makes me also have this debuff. And the Claw debuff is a fresh mult in the formula. So that's another valuable damage increase. There's no reason I can't just use a Tidebreaker and get the same result as Cape of Tides. If I wanted to use a different spell, then yeah, Cape of Tides would be the play. I'd probably use a Sigil of some kind, either Empowering or Fortifying. Empowering Cryo would help freeze things for that, but we don't really need more mobbing damage. So I guess Fortifying Sigil for more healing and some bossing damage.
Quickly now.
Guess you might not have enough skills to get to Morheims and Alchemical at this point in time. Yeah, not yet. He's a Pew Zap Buffmeister with a Spellblade. Find a good cape to build the top off. Yeah, I personally, in my build crafting, I don't use the Buffmeister. I just find it too easy. Like, Buffmeister's one of those things you don't need to optimize because you can just use that item instead, and then when you put it on an optimized build, it takes things to a level of power that just isn't a decent point of comparison.
That one's mine.
It's not really a noteworthy showcase, right? Because if anything can work with Buffmeister, then it doesn't make for good content. If you enjoy it, by all means. And honestly, if the spell did fewer things, like if it was just the movement speed and like one stat bonus, I'd probably use it. but it does like 7 different things. It does too much for my personal taste. So I prefer a bit more challenge, you know? It's not really a mechanical interaction as much as just adding big number. That's just my personal preference.
Magic time! Alright, Pookie.
No offense, Quack, I feel like body room might be a level for me too. Maybe not to the extremes of Buffmeisters. You might be onto something there, Dex. I'll use an ancient deity instead. I'm healing off a vampire, so like it doesn't really change anything. But yeah, I'll run not body rune on this build. I'll have to crush it, do tons of damage without. I like move speed, don't have a spell I'd rather use besides Tidebreaker. Managed to find the cave, won't need Tidebreaker. If you have anything that triggers off a spellcast, Arcane Bolt is fantastic for directly dealing damage. A few varieties of Ice Spikes are very good. You could use Colliding Eruptions for knockback. The crowd control is very valuable and it's on a reasonable cooldown. Empowering Sigils freeze enemies more efficiently than anything else in the entire game. Fortifying Sigils for damage and healing. There's a lot of spells. I find that because of the existence of Buffmeister being such an accessible, like, hey, I do something for everything, and I do everything better than every other spell that isn't trying to directly kill something, it's led to people not knowing what spells are good and what spells are used for what. It's just kind of had a negative impact on creativity. So I do have a personal bias against the item for that reason. Is it worth it to boost Arcane Bolt's damage if you spam it a lot? If you're hitting enemies with it, then yes. More damage makes things more dead. Hopped right over it. Yep. Oops. That's too far from the wall. You didn't come down once, Nightmare? That's kind of rude. Oh, funny. Ancient Deity and Ancient Hilt Mod for ultimate power. Yo, dog, I hear you like the Ancients. Ancient Fury. More ancient. Ancient build. I think you can't fully enjoy this game on just one playthrough. A friend played once and says he's done. He picks Belgrave, destroys everything. You see a lot of feedback from people who are claiming burnout. They're using stuff like pixies. It's like, yeah, you're not playing the game. Of course you're bored. Throwable shotguns with lightning and hydras are a great tiebreaker. I wish throwable shotguns were better, because ultimately, right now, because of their formula calculations, throwable shotguns are less damage than throwable pistols, with less ammo, and more downsides. Slower animations, higher risk of self-damage, I wish shotgun formula was tweaked a little bit. That's a caustic, volatile banshee with poison. Yep, taking that. Yep. A few times fighting Nightmare, I killed on top of one of the pillars, me being dumbass, it's like, well shit, guess I'm never gonna see what my drops are. I didn't realize you could just walk up there after the fight, big pain. I did the same thing, Ember. Seen several Wonderlands creators claim burnout already. There's a few factors to that. One, ultimately when you play a game a lot, you speed up your burnout. If you don't have strategies in place to mitigate that burnout, or if you don't play the game in a way that itself has a lot of variety, then yeah, you get burned out. The reason why I have... Let's see how much playtime I have in this game right now. The reason why I have 28 days, 12 hours, 51 minutes, and 28 seconds as of the start of this session. The reason why I have that much time played and am not burned out is because I mess with different builds. Like, I have a lot of different builds, I use a lot of different items, and I like testing things, so that's why I have a lot of playtime. And I'm not burnt out at all, not even a little bit. But if someone uses one build with the same 4 guns, or even fewer in many cases, with the same spell on every build, same melee weapon on every build, same ward on every build, etc., then yeah, they get burnt out faster. If you are the type of player who runs Spellblade, Warped Paradigm, Buffmeister, with whatever gun is the most popular based on the buffs of the week, yeah, you're going to get burnt out a lot faster. Additionally, if you're not as focused on endgame like I am, this is a less of a playthrough game. If you prefer playthroughs, there's less replayability for that side of things, which I feel is fair considering every other game has put playthroughs above endgame. Now, there's a lot of bad talking points which infect the community in terms of the farming side of things. You'll see things like, man, I'd rather go farm a Norfleet in BL2 than deal with the drop rates here. Well, the drop rates here are better. There's just more items, so you're seeing other things alongside. But you can't reason with those people, because they've made up their minds, and then they get their talking points reinforced by bad faith points from certain creators who prefer their the longevity of their content to be negativity towards whatever the newest product is. Which is sad. And you'll see a lot of requests for, hey, I wish this worked this way in another game. For example, Borderlands 3. People were like, I'd like to see fewer drops in terms of legendaries. Wonderlands are like, oh, okay. Here's fewer legendary drops. They're like, wait, no, where's all the drops? But then simultaneously, some of the same people are like, man, I really wish we got fewer drops. Still, like, what? It gets really frustrating parsing this kind of stuff out and figuring out how to address it. And ultimately, it can't be reasoned with, is the only conclusion you can come to. It is about the complaint, not about the product. So ultimately, don't allow the burnout of others to affect your enjoyment. If you find yourself enjoying, then keep doing it. And if you're not enjoying, then take a break. Play something else. The reason why I was able to get over 6,000 hours in Borderlands 3 was because when I didn't feel like playing it, I didn't play it. And when I did feel like playing it, I tried to do something different inside the game. Get in here late, hey Quag. Hey Ferolio, how you doing? Get burned out on not getting useful drops, spending a week and getting nothing. It can be very frustrating. If you're going for something very specific and not looking for anything else, Evelyn, yeah, that can burn you out real quick. I totally get that. The way I avoid that is I farm for multiple things at once. Like, I'll keep an eye out for one thing, but I'll also be looking for 4 other things. So I have 5 times the likelihood of getting something I can use. And then when I get that thing, I put it on whatever build that's for, and then I start playing on that build. So I get to enjoy the build that I created while still farming for the other 4 builds I'm looking for. Then usually while playing that one, I come up with 4 more ideas. So I could be farming for a bunch of different things at the same time. And even if I spend a while without getting one, I enjoy the core gameplay, and 2, I'm always progressing towards something. Never got those folks who the fuck plays a looting game doesn't want loot. It's not even about not wanting loot in New Mex Spend, it's they don't want other people to have loot, specifically. Like, it's so weird. Spend 1 hour rerolling enchantments or 1 week not using safe backups. I do think the enchantment system could stand to be more player-friendly. I think, at the very least, equalizing the weighting of enchantments so that, you know, in Borderlands 3, they were equal. There were a lot of them, and that's why it was a pain, but they were equal. You had the same chance of getting one as another one. But, like, in this game, for example, this enchantment is just arbitrarily, like, 1/3 the likelihood of, say, this enchantment. It's like, why? Doesn't need to be the case. I should try a salmon on the Clawstalker build, actually. I didn't think about that. I should do that. Wish you got to select 1 from a choice of 3 instead of only getting 1. Dupes is another problem. Right, some sort of dupe protection or increased choices per roll would be a nice start. One of the legendaries feel special, but they can't define it. That's what happens when you make a complaint and then you have no response to, okay, on what do you base this? Example, you'll hear a lot of snipers bad, and then you could respond, okay, like which ones? They don't have answers. It's crazy. Like building too much to be bored just yet. Right, this is a builder's endgame sort of game. If those things aren't for you, then yeah, burnout's natural. Also, the way people consume games has changed over time. Remember, gaming culture 10 years ago, back in ye olde 2012, people didn't move on from games at the rate they do now. I'll give you another example of that. Elden Ring was the biggest game launch in at least the last 5 years. Absolutely insane sales, viewership, advertising, you know, media coverage, just everything about Elden Ring's release was huge. Set a lot of records in a lot of ways. More than 90% of the player base has moved on by now, but it still pulls insane concurrent player counts and viewership. Not that viewership is ever a metric of how alive a game is, because some people think it is, but it's just another thing to point to the game being very popular. Now, losing 90% of your player base has led some people to be like, but hey, dead game. No, it's not. It's just the nature of how people consume games. Like, people just move on. You could release the same game from 10 years ago today, and I guarantee it would not have half the footprint, because people do not consume things that way. Saw someone say the classes don't have synergies. Well, that's how you spot a bad faith argument, because that's not even remotely... like... no. Pat, don't kill this. I need it. God damn it. What's this build? This is my Hammer Zerker melee setup. I wanted to do a swing speed oriented melee. And it ended up becoming this. If we're doing bad faith arguments, I can promise 95% of multiplayer since launch. Yeah, Emily, it's all about bad faith arguments. Like, that's what it comes down to. People are so desperate to hate on the newest thing because other people enjoy it. Not because they dislike it, because other people enjoy it. That's how you can identify it as toxic. No matter what they claim, they'll be like, I just want it to be better. I'm just a passionate fan. No. No. I have several years of Twitter receipts of you hating on the newest thing with more bad faith arguments to prove it. It's all about harshing someone's mellow. Hate everything because I'm edgy. And lots of gaming communities do this. The LANs community has just recently gotten a lot more toxic about it. But lots of other gaming communities do this. Call of Duty community is infamous for this. Black Ops 4 got a lot of hate, and then as soon as Modern Warfare came out, most of the Black Ops 4 haters started pretending like they loved that game. Like, what happened there? Now, I do happen to think Modern Warfare 2019 was kind of a shit game, and I think Black Ops 4 is a good game, but you see, I'm consistent, and I didn't make it my entire internet personality to tell people who were a fan of the game that I was not a fan of that they're wrong. Just, why would I do that? Funny in this game, criticize people make so much stuff up, it's hard to take them seriously when they actually say something valid. Right, like, there's absolutely things, like, we talked about the enchantment rerolling system. Evelyn brought up some good points about how that can hurt player retention. It's absolutely correct, absolutely warranted. That is something that we're having a productive conversation about based on actual reality. Like, the problem isn't, oh, you're not allowed to criticize. It's like, oh, constructively discuss actual shortcomings based on, you know, data. Above all, reality. But there's a large section that's gotten a very strong voice in the community among LANs players that is not like that. Which is sad to see, because it started to infect people who I thought were more reasonable than that. There's a lot of doomsaying going around, and it's like, okay. See you when the next game comes out and you pretend you loved this one the whole time. BL2 all-time peak on Steam, 123,596 this month, 3,000, less than 10% of all players. Right. And never mind the fact that very recently there's high-profile news of, I believe it was a Take-Two investor call, that Wonderlands did better than the publisher expected. Like, it set records for them in terms of sales, player count, new players introduced to their games. Wonderlands was a success. Now, remember about 2.5, 3 weeks ago when people started sharing metrics of, oh, look at this concurrent player base, look at this Twitch viewership, the game's dying, help. Well, should I trust You, random burnt-out content creator who just wants to perpetuate your narrative that thing from 10 years ago is always better? Or do I trust the actual metrics by the people whose primary concern is money? Like, they're not gonna stick on a sinking ship if it doesn't make them more money. I don't know what to say. Like, trust the numbers. Numbers do not lie. It's weird because it's natural to fight hate with hate. That's how we get toxic communities, which just more people drop by and have a dialogue. Yeah, it's a weird thing to confront, Dex, because ultimately most people are not willing to even sit in on these kinds of dialogues. Like, I guarantee the people here are not any of the people going out here and spreading this garbage, and the people going out there spreading the garbage wouldn't stay around for these kind of conversations.
Sorry, that was supposed to be a warning shot.
So it's like telling a bus full of people with seatbelts on, it's like lecturing them about the importance of seatbelts. Like, I think they get it, but on the off chance there's one person in there, the conversation is still worth having. I would like to see those stats from Epic Games Store as well, Emily. It's honestly exhausting. The other day someone said Berserker has as many problems as Claw, even though Berserker is one of the strongest trees in the game. And I guarantee they couldn't give you any actual reasons why other than their opinion. You know when a video game company says it's exceeded expectations, they mean it because there are games that sell millions of copies that they say it underperformed? Right. What's it called? Preaching to the choir. Preaching to the choir, yeah. It's kind of like talking to anti-vaxxers. You're not wrong. Like, at a certain point, you cannot override the alternate reality they've created for themselves. No amount of reason gets through. Am I dead? Just don't phase and I'm good. I'll spawn ads. Still good. Wow, what a shot! Phase Nightmare. That was so incredibly toxic. What a shot. I'm honestly just impressed. Can I barrel surge through that? I don't know if that was actually moving fast enough that I didn't take damage, or if I still had the health gate. Iframes. I'll have to test that out. No, that's not that gun. That gun. Nice struggle bus. Here's a real question. Batman Beyond live action when? Please. Please. It'd be so cool. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. What if we get, like, DC decides to start making more interesting shit than rebooting Batman every couple years? Now, I thought the Batman 2022 was cool. I enjoyed it. But, like, what if they start doing more interesting shit, like, you know, Elseworlds stuff and Batman Beyond, and, it could be real cool. It could be real cool. Like, a Batman Beyond movie? Live-action series would obviously be, like, the play, but a movie? You get one of those, iconic actors to pull attention to it, older actors to play old Bruce Wayne. DC needs to pick a canon and stick to it. Yeah. Yeah. So much about that show was fire. Yeah, it holds up so well. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. After 20 years, it still holds up. Like, in terms of themes, it still looks good. Like, it's just good. Huge Batman Beyond fan. Who should play old Bruce? What do you guys think? Who should play an old Bruce Wayne? Like an old, I mean old as dirt Bruce Wayne. George Clooney's old Batman, if he could do it. Like, George Clooney was not what was wrong with that Batman or Bruce Wayne. We all know that. Like, he can act. He wasn't what was wrong there. Michael Caine playing old Bruce would be funny. It would be, but... how's Michael Caine's American accent? Also, isn't he not currently acting? Speaking of, you see a bunch of the DC CW shows were canceled. I saw Batwoman and Legends of Tomorrow were. Did they cancel any more? Mark Hamill. Ooh, Mark Hamill playing old Bruce would be so meta. But then, wait, what happens if they bring the Joker in? Shouldn't Mark Hamill play old Joker? Kevin Conroy as old Bruce? You know, he could actually do it, because he is Bruce Wayne. He is Batman. Like, Kevin Conroy is Batman. Do it. Full send it. Full send it. Kevin Conroy as old Bruce. I want it. I will not accept anything else. I don't keep up with DC. What about a Nightwing movie or something? That'd be cool. That'd be cool. There's plenty of, like, real estate. Even within just the Batman sphere of the DC universe. Like, you got Nightwing would be compelling. Red Hood, of course. Okay, you hear me out. In the wildly popular animated film Batman Under the Red Hood, Jensen Ackles, yeah, the supernatural guy, he's playing Soldier Boy in, Soldier Boy up in, season 3 of The Boys. You know who Jensen Ackles is. He played Jason Todd / Red Hood in that. He voiced him. Just have him do it live action. Easy. Easy. Stonks. Fucking hire me, DC. Who should play Terry? That's a good question. Well, should be like Timothée Chalamet or something. I think CW wants to rebrand itself. Wouldn't be surprised if they're going to cancel our DC shows next year. Nothing ever really matched up to Arrow for them, did it? Bruce Campbell? Bruce Campbell could do, like, anything. Yeah. Jensen Ackles is so fucking hot. True. You played the Arkham games? I have. I have. How many DC canon are there right now? We have HBO stuff, current movies, Suicide Squad, CW stuff, Justice League. Hell, Justice League is technically 2 different ones, because you got the Snyder one, and then you got the Whedon one. There's a bunch of animated stuff that's all in its own canon, like the Justice League Dark timeline. It's like the Apocalypse War one. That's its own thing. The Harley Quinn series, which is really good, by the way. I recommend it. That's its own one. Yeah, there's a lot. Now, they could just continue doing isolated stuff, but they're also attempting to do stuff with continuity, and it's just not going well. This is Fire Fear Not. I want it. Am I losing my mind? There was totally a Fire Chain Lightning Fear Not here somewhere. There it is. Doesn't seem like they know what they want to do. They came out of the gate trying to compete with Marvel, and then that failed, and then they never came up with another plan. It's so weird. want to do like a couple more runs. Let's do one more run. I'm enjoying this conversation. I'll play the Clawstalker melee build a little more. Arkham Knight is peak Arkham combat for me. So many options. The combat Arkham Knight, pretty good. I thought the storytelling in Arkham Knight was the weakest of the Arkham games, personally. But that's just my opinion. Suppose I could do a run with Livewire.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Actual comics are worse. The amount of reboots and canon is the reason I'm not reading comics ever. You can still enjoy them in, like... I enjoy the Elseworld stuff, like the alternate universe. Like, there's one comic storyline where the Joker goes sane and successfully paints Batman as, like, the bad guy to Gotham. They're all like, hang on, he's raising very good points. Very interesting storyline.
You have learned well, my apprentice.
What if I just shot the live wire in this build? No one ever does that anymore. DC, I'm be dark and desaturated, but also colorful and crack jokes like Marvel, but also dark and desaturated. See, you gotta color grade the shit out of the scene where they uncomfortably sexualize the token female cast member to a degree that the actress wouldn't sign off. So you had to do some very awkward face hiding shit with a stunt double who I'm sure didn't get paid enough. But then you have to have Batman be your comic relief, but also he's the dark, gritty part of the story, but also just fucking weird. Doesn't help the DC villains are most literally insane and colorful. I mean, look at, again, the Joker is overused, and I really hope we see a decrease in Joker media. But, like, literally green hair, red lips, purple colors on his clothing. Like, he's colorful. Just lean into the colorful part. What abilities on your Twin Blade again? You did done my Spell Blade now, just got my cape. On this one, for this build, I'm using Vampire Rampage. On the Hammer Zerker one, I was using Vampire Ancient. If you're not using a skill that has a long cooldown, you don't really need the Ancient. I was using Ancient to make Feral Surge a little more smooth. Really, there's no wrong answer for hilt mods. I tend to prefer Vampire for, like, pure melee. Excuse me. For pure melee setups. Why so serious? Best Batman movie is Lego Batman. Unironically, it's top 3. Top 2. Top 2. That's awkward. Still killed him with dots. Lego movies games are goated. True. Maybe Rampage Echo, I have a Skeeve and Body Rune, I don't know if I need survivability. So the thing with Rampage is, it's working in this build because I'm doing a crit-oriented setup, and it gives me that last bit I need to ensure auto crits. Which is basically just meaning I get Alchemical Agent on every hit. Other than that, Rampage is by far the weakest offering of hilt mods. Just think about it, Archmage and Ancient allow you to bypass cooldown in a way that is more desirable than stacking the appropriate cooldown reduction stack. Vampire is one of the most reliable survivability tools in the game. And it heals both your ward and your health. That's a very underappreciated aspect of Vampire. Warrior is damage reduction and large amounts of melee damage. Amp, if you're shooting, is a fresh multiplier for 3 shots, extremely powerful. There's not a lot of sources of status effect chance in this game, so Caustic is very valuable. Echo, I mean, it's Echo, we all know how good that is. But, like, all the hilt mods are really good in some area, whereas Rampage is just, like, kinda good in one area, you know?
Unstoppable boss! Aw, look who's come to play!
Makes sense. I'm gonna try out a couple, see what works. Yeah, experimentation is gonna be the best teacher there. Okay, you a fan of the Suicide Squad movies? The 2016 one was terrible. The more recent one I thought was good. I didn't think it was like fantastic, but I thought it was very enjoyable and an appropriate reset for that particular group of characters. If you consider the Peacemaker series part of that, I thought the Peacemaker series was really good. Slow start, but got very, very, very good. I enjoyed Peacemaker series a lot. Worth a watch if you haven't seen it.
Now that's more like it. Evil shall ne'er prevail.
In terms of other things in like the Suicide Squad section of continuity, like Birds of Prey, I suppose. It's the same Harley Quinn, so. I thought Birds of Prey was terrible. Ewan McGregor and Margot Robbie carried that movie. Also, the child actress, I'm not sure the name of. Apologies, she was good too. But seriously, like, Ewan McGregor chewing the scenery, Margot Robbie's just being good in general. Like, they carried that movie. It was kind of terrible otherwise.
Guide my arm!
I think if armor and pendants rolled with one of the classes you're using, the grind would be much more reasonable. I think so too. I think so too. Rings need dedicated loot source. I don't know how I feel about that. Because the way the ring rebalance worked, they basically squished the gap between rings. There's very few situations where one is a clear winner over another in terms of just raw stats, right? So Ring Bunny just kind of gives you rings, and only rings. And since you're prioritizing stats the most, even if you just get a good purple with 3 stats, like, that's still worth using. I don't know if rings need to be sourced, really. James Gunn's Suicide Squad is still my favorite DC movie. It's just so good. Perfect combination of action and comedy. It was good. You watch Arcane? I did. Arcane was great. Very much enjoyed that. Worse than Green Lantern, Wonder Woman 2. I've repressed all details of Green Lantern, and I still think that Wonder Woman 1984 is the worst movie I've seen in the last 4 years. Easily the worst. Like, I don't really get offended about having my time wasted that often. That movie offended me with how much I wanted those 2 hours of my life back. Also, are we just good with Wonder Woman being a rapist? Like, is that just canon now? Unfortunate subtext in that movie.
I'm an army all my own.
Imagine new class worked the opposite of Berserker, i.e. the further away from the enemy the more damage it does. That would encourage some variety. That certainly encourage some playstyle variety, but how would that play with the game itself? Long shot. Like, how often do you have a map where you can actually establish that distance? It's not often. Sorry, what? So, in Wonder Woman 1984, a big plot point is that her dead boyfriend, she basically wishes him back to life in the body of some random guy. And this random guy's body is just hijacked for the duration of the movie. It's never addressed as like, hang on, this guy isn't consenting to what you're doing. It's so weird.
Oh, aren't you?
It was awful. Awful and problematic. Celissa? Ugh. Like, see something more for a melee class? We already have three classes with melee heavy stuff. Stabomancer, Clawbringer, and Berserker all have a lot of melee stuff. Okay, Celissa, you can't also kill my frames. That's not allowed. So scum.
I rise on the wings of valor.
See where they're flying through the fireworks. That's not how time works, that's not how planes work. Yeah, yeah. What about magic melee? What about it?
I feel magical.
Still waiting for fucking live action Static Shock. Yeah, why hasn't that happened? Now I'm mad about that. Why hasn't that happened? Static Shock's goated. Celissa and her shock resist. And her random AoE bullshit. I suppose this would be a shout for running that fire weapon instead. Some of the more status effect damage. I mean, Willpat, it's looking like you haven't explored the classes that exist so far, because Stabomancer is literally as powerful with status effect damage as you can possibly make a class. Like, this right column here, these 4 skills, you combine these, and it's like as strong as you can possibly make dots, especially with From the Shadows. Like, it already exists. Okay, Celissa. Thank you for phasing. Run Deathless with my Claw Stalker melee dot build, pretty scary, it makes it more fun. That sounds enjoyable. If I was running like a Harbinger, I think I'd be into that. I'm doing Slip and Slump currently.
Hey, devil. I can do these all day.
The funny thing is, what's doing most of my damage right now is the Oath of Fire bonus element on my live wire chains.
Let the magic begin. Cloud strike.
I haven't gotten Jon Stewart's Green Lantern Static Shock. It's weird, especially because Jon Stewart at some point became more popular a representation of Green Lantern than boring-ass basic Hal Jordan. But I don't know. Another question about live-action Batman Beyond, which villains do you like to see? Of course you gotta have Blight. You gotta have Blight. You gotta have Blight. I'd like to see Freeze again, though, because the Freeze arc in Batman Beyond was, like, really emotionally impactful. Like, it made you think about some shit. Thought that was cool. I'd like to specifically not see the Joker, at least not until, like, a sequel. Because DC does this thing where they cannot stop themselves from using the Joker. And they need to. It's okay to not. Because racism, I'll say it. Yeah, that's why in Mexican. Some characters are able to break through that. Like Miles Morales is, you know, popular enough that somehow, and this is still amazing to me, I don't know how it happened, and I'm glad it did, but I don't know how, but somehow Miles Morales is one of those superhero fiction characters that's able to populate the same spaces as ones that aren't people of color. But unfortunately, Jon Stewart hasn't quite broken that threshold. Just because something exists doesn't mean there can't be more said stuff. That's true, but like, you have to ask, is that worth development resources? Like, if they already have a class around spellcasting, a class around dots, multiple classes covering melee, like, wouldn't it be more prudent to ask, okay, what isn't covered right now? And then introduce even more variety into the game through that, in the system that's built around variety? Oh, Bard class or a Monk class? Yeah. Like, I'm always a proponent of, if possible, new. Do new thing. Repetition is how you get boredom, and when it comes to game design choices. Repeating what's there is a player's choice, but it is ultimately their choice to do so. If you don't give them the choice to do different things, then like... Want something with more AoE? Yeah, yeah. A moose character? I'm down. Deuces. Do I want that as volatile, though? That just improves the capacity, which just lowers the uptime on the amp. That's actually tragic. Why, so someone complained there's too much stuff like BO3? I don't give a fuck about complaints like that, Will Pat. Because people who complain there's too much stuff in BL3, alright, well, don't play it. Because ultimately, more choices for more players means more people capable of enjoying the thing. Other choices existing, as long as those choices are balanced and distinct from each other, does not immediately affect your own choices. If you are overwhelmed by the idea of there being, say, 200 guns in BL3, 200 unique guns in BL3, then just don't use those guns. Like, I don't give a shit. More options is still more gameplay for more people. If one person is completely paralyzed by indecision at the concept of having to choose between 3 different things, that's not my problem. I don't care. And that's a very small portion of the player base who's gonna find something to complain about regardless. I don't care what they think. Fuck them.
Enter if you dare.
Kinda hoping for a soul magic class. Yeah, I could get on board with that. No, IBV2, hopefully not. Agreed it'd be like Marvel recycling Thanos every other movie? Yeah. Thanos was very impactful once, or I suppose over the 11 years you were building him up. But it'd be like Handsome Jack fatigue. Every time Jack appears again, he gets a little less interesting. Same things happened with the Joker over the last 40 years of Batman media.
Now that's more like it.
Bow out and say you didn't read what I was saying, I wasn't complaining or trying to fight about it. I didn't say you said that. Are you projecting your communication issue at me? Like, I didn't say you. I said those people. But, alright, have a good one, Will Pat. Seems like you're projecting a little bit there, bud. Saying what I wanted? If what you wanted was less choices, then what you want is not good for other people. You wanting status effect stuff? Sure. You were onto something there saying no reason they can't do more of it, but just saying in terms of what would be better for the health of the game, doing unique things is better. But, you know, bye. I don't know what you want me to say here. Butt Stallion class? I'm here for it. Can you turn into Butt Stallion herself? Like, can you ride around the map as Butt Stallion? If so, yes, full snap. What would encourage more engagement is something like daily or weekly tasks for dedicated drops. They're kind of trying that with the featured run, I think, because featured runs give a large boost to dedicated drop rates of the mini-boss and the end boss featured in them, right? So maybe that's the intention there. I would like to see more layers of that, something like vault cards. Vault cards were cool. And I'm not gonna talk to save from all this. Sorry if I misunderstood anything I said. You never need to silence yourself like that, Pat. Like, differing opinions are welcomed here as part of conversation. And I will apologize for my part if at any point it seemed like I was saying you should not share your opinion. Differing opinions are welcome. Hey David, quick question. Her play the angles doesn't get boosted by Spore power? Yes, that's true. CZ there in the chat is the one who discovered and verified that. Play the angles, rebuke, blast chill, and blast gas. Joker standalone movie is a good standalone. Yeah, I thought so. It was enjoyable. Good acting flexing.
To my side.
Nobody will top Heath Ledger's and Mark Hamill's Jokers. I think we need to stop viewing these things through the lens of, oh, does it match up to this? Because I thought Joaquin Phoenix did a good job. I thought that, if you guys have seen the deleted scene from the Batman 2022, Barry, I don't know how to say his name, Keoghan? The guy who played Druig in Eternals, if you've seen that. I thought he's like a pretty good Joker, honestly. From 5 minutes of him just kind of creepily talking to Batman, I thought he was a pretty good Joker. I don't think this nerd culture need to rank things is healthy. We do it with movies, we do it with actors playing specific characters, we do it with video games. It kind of stops you from enjoying the actual thing. Sure, Mark Hamill is iconic Joker to me. Kevin Conroy is iconic Batman to me. But I want other people doing it, and I wouldn't preclude them the chance at also making a lasting impression, you know? Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the deleted scene from the Batman 2022 with Joker in it, quite good, quite good. I do recommend. It's very Hannibal Lecter in feel. New tier list. Off to work, start asking, run all that, have a good stream. Take it easy, David. I'm on way past my end time anyway. I'm just enjoying chatting today. I did say I might go a little longer, you know, to make up for the day off, so I suppose we're doing that.
Aw, look who's come to play.
Wonder how good companion applied status effects are. Is companion damage an on-hit or an on-shot? Yes, I know that sounds like a really weird question, but it matters. Gotta ask, since I missed beginning of stream, what are the underrated items you're using? The Mole Man quest reward launcher. The Ruby Spite legendary pistol. Yes, the same one that was nerfed. And then some of the usual ones, like Pookie's Chew Toy, Last Rites. Oh, we also used the Ironsides quest reward sniper. Very good.
We'll take them all on together.
99% sure it's on hit. Okay, that would make sense. Think guns with wings, though, would be good for Ricochet build? Yeah, do they do gun damage even? As long as they're not Fear Nots, they do gun damage. I think Fear Nots are the only ones that do spell with the pet modules. So I can test out the melee spot here, I guess. Drill. There's a thing I can do. So a knick-knack would work? Should. Knick-knack or a whatnot. Oh, the lunge kind of threw me out there. Okay. Time to lunge into the pool. You did call it, Pollination. You did. Using SMG rings, trying to keep it SMG base. Maybe Deodance would be the play. The inferior ones. They're all inferior. Brain not working. The ×4, ×5 ones. Those might be the play. I'm dead, I'm dead. No! No, I got too greedy! Also, I have to pee, so I'm not thinking clearly. That's not the right gun! I took out the wrong gun. Whoopsie. With the Hydras from Snake Sticks scale with companion damage and melee damage, they are melee damage that gets companion damage. BRB, 1 second. Well, melee drill. I just gotta, you know, empty the tank. I'm back. Is my brain stored in the balls? Yes, it's right next to the P.
Ready for adventure?
What guns do I even have equipped on this? I'll wait for you to get closer. Yeah, no point shooting you right now. I have 2 White Riders equipped? Why? Oh, that's why. About a gun class like dual wielding instead of Ampactress. Every time they've done dual wielding in Lands games, it hasn't gone well. Salvador never was balanced and had a lot of bugs associated, and Nisha was like less broken, but still like it wasn't a good idea. In theory, I should be able to win this race. Using a shock melee weapon isn't the play here. Maybe I switch that. What else I got? I got a cryo one. Banshee be slow. Do I have a cryo vampire? Anything vampire that isn't shock? I don't know if I do. This is about to get cursed. Oh, here we go. It's something. Depth of this pool is somewhat suspect. A little. Be cool if Caster could be a boss in Chaos Chamber. I agree. Caster would be a cool boss fight to include. We can do it, chat. We can do it. It's slow, but it's happening, kind of. this is rough. Alright, so this is why drill is good to have in this game, because this is a wake-up call. This means I need to, if I'm gonna play this build the way I want to play this build, I need to prepare better in terms of what I use. For maximum QQ, they had dual wielding before it's to epic or lower gear, no dual wielding legendaries. Go ahead, do your thing. Thank you. Drill used Tidebreaker. It was super effective. So yeah, this Banshee was definitely the play. Holy shit. Hello? Yeah, element matching, chat. Element matching. It's a thing. It's real. It's a thing. Do it. Holy shit. That worked out beautifully. That's the wrong way. 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 Okay, we're good.
We make it last. That's one.
Get him, Wyvern. Can you not? Okay, I guess it can't. With our boons? No. I let them hit me, so they wouldn't spawn a thing. Quagmeister, Seeker of Truth, Chambers of Chaos, Citizen, a champion of the people, Bane of the Pixie, and all-around great guy. Oh, thank you, Scroll. I appreciate that. No, you. You're pretty wise. This makes me want to run around with Banshee more. Let's see how this Banshee does in, like, regular gameplay. It's a fire one, so Soaked is not the play. But fire lets me have Awe active. That was probably a big part of it, yeah. Livewire will trigger the crit chance part of it. So I guess I can just run a Fortifying Sigil here. What else would I use? I don't think I need that enchantment. Could run an Empowering for mobbing, but I don't think I need it. I guess I'll stick with that. Volatile Fatebreaker. I'm taking it because it has a good enchant already. Primordial Cursed Wit with Fleet. No. Still haven't gotten a Primordial Diamond Guard. I want one. Does Diamond Guard's Elemental Conversion work on Storm Dragon's Judgment? I suppose I could test that, but, like... I don't wanna. Because if you can make the hammer throw, like, fire, that's pretty cool. Primordial Diamond Guard Sword from chest. Nice. Okay, let's do one more. I know. I'm an addict. It's fine. How overtime am I? Not that much. Satisfact chance and damage. Action skill start. Want that.
Aw, look who's come to play.
I want it. So the chance isn't hugely impactful here, because, you know, Banshee has a terrible actual dot, and Alchemical Agent's already guaranteed, but the damage would be nice. And I suppose a dot applied by a live wire would be decent. Saying as long as you want, we approve. Ah, you're too kind, Longshot. I was gonna roll something enchant-wise. What was I gonna do? Enchant for this. So, like, this enchant is nice, because if my Livewire chain kills something, then I get melee damage and move speed. But what else could I do? ASA wouldn't have any value. I'm retracting my hammer too quickly. Anything ASE I would care about? I could get 40% melee damage, action skill start. I get 40% gun damage, action skill start. I'll have to think about that. AC melee, element, specific or broad. Yeah, the element ones being 5 seconds kind of makes me not want to do that. Especially because I have so much animation commitment in this build. What did you die from? No, like, what did that guy die from?
My spell is ready.
Dots. Cool. That's some pretty good range dot delivery. That's pretty good. Huh. I like this. That's pretty good. Wish Livewire came in ×2. You know, I kind of do too. It'd make it more desirable for shooting rather than just holding. Like, it's fine to shoot. You can even build around it and make it good. But the main appeal is definitely the other thing. Is that because Banshee? The Banshee projectiles are going off somewhere else and, you know, doing their own thing. Yeah, and those are critting, which does mean alchemical agent.
Like the cast again. Ability on me.
I need a purple Skulldugger, because I think this would work well without Livewire. Actual melting? Yeah, it's just one swing everything. There could be like a lasso gun pulls enemies to you for melee builds. I like that a lot, Sonny. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Because that's the kind of thing that wouldn't function like, say, the Face Puncher in Borderlands 3, where it just replaces melee. It would be a tool for melee builds to still do their gameplay loop. I like that.
I'm an army all my own.
Spell could work too. Spell could work. Like Twister, but in reverse. Or maybe like an armor that makes it so when you melee an enemy, you pull in another random nearby enemy. I don't know. Not nearby, but you get what I mean. Vacuum gun. Yeah, something of that variety. Some sort of pull enemy to you type thing. Because we have send enemy away from you. We have pull enemy towards fixed point. We don't have pull specific enemy alone to player. We don't have that. There's singularity eruptions that are self-cast, so it'll pull everyone nearby to you, but... Gravity gun? Gravity gun. Could cope with an underbarrel? That'd be a cool underbarrel. Fire Ribula. This gun fucking sucks. Literally. I would like that. Twister in reverse just sounds like the D3 Vortex Elites, and that works pretty well. It does. Big dot. More dots. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Never mind. Don't hear me out. Why didn't you stop me? I trusted you. I trusted you to stop me. Never mind, it worked out fine. I don't know why you were doubting, chat. Risk her into loader and pull you to them. We have Feral Surge for that, kind of. Did that kill anyone? Nope. Cleansing Flame sucks so bad. It's just upsettingly shitty. Want the meat hook from Doom Eternal and more FPS games? That's a very satisfying gameplay loop, yeah. Good ideas usually come after statements like hear me out. Sometimes, Pumakazi, sometimes it's a miss. Like using Cleansing Flames is never a good idea. Unless you're doing shitpost healing. Which, honestly... I have this. So, like, I could use it to heal myself. But I won't. Because it's bad. Those make a very loud sound when they hit you, huh?
Now that's more like it. Hey, devil.
Ow.
Potion, eh?
Maybe I should use the full health enchant on this one too, because that's 25% conditional damage on crits for these dots would probably be pretty good, huh? If shitpost could heal, I'd be a WoW Resto Druid circa 2007. I only ever played a bit of WoW during Legion, so I have no idea, but I understood what you were referring to in a broad sense. Felissa again. No, I don't wanna. Fuck. Wait for them to fix Cleansing Flame tomorrow. Wow, how did I miss? Alright. Cool.
Oh, magic dust on the blade.
This healing will protect me, right?
To my side.
Hey, that's a big dot. That's a big dot. Nice. That went pretty well. That went pretty well. Had enough points to get both the capstone tree and the points of the other tree and make you an infinite mana battery. Wait a minute. Wait, I have 2 out of 1 alchemical agent right now? Oh no, that's where the dot was from. But Stallion can boost that? Oh, you're talking about the WoW thing? Yeah. But, huh. Also, I had 8 out of 3 awe. You didn't know? No. I never play alchemical agent setup scroll. Sorry, Cat, but I had to. There's some skills she can't boost. Like, for example, Butt Stallion can't boost unarmored defense, which I would consider in the same, like, tier of build impact as this. Like, I don't think she can boost elusive. She can boost Blasphemous Favor and Punishment. So she can boost some one-pointers, obviously Blast, Chill, Headhunter. But, like, there's some that she can't. And I don't know why I assumed Alchemical Agent would be in the boat with, like, Indomitable. But, like, Monka. That's kinda nuts. Doubts were wrecking for room 1. They were. Carouser, yay. So I think I want more radius on this fortifying sigil so I can actually use it a little more freely. I don't know if I need this ring to be crit stuff at all, because then I could just run this. And we has big radius. See, that's... let's try a run with that. How many characters do you have, by the way? A couple dozen. In terms of how many I've leveled, personally, like 6. Extra projectile twister is such a weird thing to get. It's like, yay, it's times 17 instead of 16. Like, okay. Here, leveling my second character. I play the game a lot. Remember, aside from being a super fan, I do play the game professionally. So I do have more hours to throw at it, you know? The cube. Pro Wonderlands gamer who didn't know Alchemical Agent could get boosted. Clearly, very skilled. Class ring. Oh, so class ring is really, really good, by the way. If you are running setups with either Barrage or Storm Dragon's Judgment, Storm Dragon's Judgment in particular because it's so easy to just, like, put on cooldown quickly. But Barrage, since it has multiple charges, as long as you make sure you never have your full charge count of Barrage, this is always on. And this is one of the bigger ring boosts now. 50% is on the bigger end. So, like, that's pretty good. 40% melee purple. Yeah, I gotta look out for that. I have some on my other save. I could transfer an item over. But nah, I don't feel like it right now. I feel like the loot room should be remade as like a circle with the bunnies facing out. Yeah, I've brought this up a couple times. I think that could have worked out a lot better. Failing that, you know, some sort of cleanup mechanic or a vendor or something. And I'm sure they've heard this feedback, so I'm willing to tolerate it a little longer. Do I have a second body rune I can reroll easily? No. Alright, let me put some stuff away. We'll put away the body spray for another build. That pickaxe can go away for right now.
Ready for adventure?
That's a 27 Magway Rider, don't need that. Put away that Hydra spell. What am I here for? The fuck am I here for? Body room. Does not appear. I do not appear to have one. I don't really need a body rune. Anything else I could use? Maced Wardu. Okay, hear me out. Maced Wardu. Since we have so much melee crit chance, if an enemy hits us with this on, they alchemical agent themselves. We're doing it. We're doing it. Ooh. What do I have in my spell? Shit. Okay, it was that same one. That's fine. Alright, we're doing Mace Wardu stuff.
Think you can make it?
Do I bring this into the featured? Yeah, let's bring it to the featured. Pretty sure I threw out my White Rider a while ago. Shit. You're pinning on the Nightshade and Last Rites. Last Rites is one of my favorite weapons, Press. I think it's one of the strongest guns in the game, period. It's absolutely one of the strongest shotguns. I think Last Rites is my favorite weapon, period, in this entire game. Highly recommend, highly recommend. Nightshade, it's a bit overrated, but it's a decent gun that will do work for you. It's one of those things that a large reason why it gets overrated so highly is because Buffmeister users get more out of it. Because the fire rate will assist in dumping the mag before the fire rate slowdown kicks in, and additionally, high projectile count weapons get more out of Buffmeister. But even without it, it's like an okay gun. Provided you get one with a low enough mag size that you can dump the entire mag before the fire rate slowdown. But Last Rites, I think, is, if you get a good Chaos tiered one of those, it sends you places. Like Sandhawk SMG, just pretty good. That's a good way of putting it. It's just pretty good. Nothing super special, just good. And the Sandhawk parallel holds up even more with B/Buffmeister. Maybe that was the intent. I don't know. Nightshade's very good for triggering things like Sever the Thread and Executioner's Blade. Executioner's Blade seems to have a either a per shot limit or a internal cooldown, one of the two. So fire rate means more than projectile count for Executioner's Blade. As for Sever the Thread, yeah. I still prefer the Heck Waiter, because the projectiles are faster. But yeah, it's good for those things. Okay, so take this out, put this down, melee me. Ha! Oh, that's toxic. That's so good. That's so funny. Also, fragment range for Sever the Thread. Yeah, fragment range. High projectile count, black powder, and torque weapons have high hit counts as well. Wait, is that ×2 throwable hole? What's the damage on that like?
Aw, look who's come to play.
DPS calc that later. Not for throwing, for shooting. Beefed Meister. How you doing today, Wisp? You dotted yourself. You did it again. What are you doing? You're so silly. You're dotting yourself. Stop dotting yourself.
Feelings to be had.
Which you guys think would get more value here? The Mace Wardu to do that, or a Hammer and Anvil? I'm kind of feeling Hammer and Anvil. Because that'll go seek an enemy out. And it doesn't require me to take specifically melee damage. I could refill my ward with Vampire to get better uptime on it. Mr. Buffmeister, I'm Mr. Speed, I'm Mr. Buff Damage, I'm Mr. Down Your Throat, friends call me Buffmeister or whatever. I touch turns and massive buffs, I'm dumb as fuck. Sure. Plus 2 Contagion, that's not okay. I think it's funny this room has a barrel constantly explode. Yeah, it's in water, so it just loops.
I can do this all day. A healing potion, eh?
Made a gif of that. That should kill you, right?
Let the magic begin.
Oh, my pet helped. Cool. Wyvern does damage. I don't use Executioner's Blade that much scroll. I'm just repeating the test results of a couple other people who I've seen do science on it. I don't have much first-hand experience with Executioner's Blade, so I could not properly fact-check until I do some personal testing with it, which I might do. So I'm not going to downplay anyone else's content or experiences, because I don't know. I always recommend testing things. I do like the combo of Slip and Stun into Banshee. Less frequent swings mean you do get a little more value out of Slip and Stun because it's less reapplication. Seven out of 3 follow-up. That's kind of nuts.
Laying low by the light.
It's very fun to zip around like this with the Slip and Stun. Like, I was thinking about amulet choices. I could go, Harbinger for a little more tank. But like, Slip and Stun too fun. Also, Harbinger would be a damage loss. It's locked to 1 shield passive. And I need to get a good one. Which is always the real challenging part with swapping gear.
Nicely done. I can castigate.
A slide to the left. Slide to the right. Melee real hard now. 2 bonks this time. Ow, I didn't think that hit me. Respawn real smooth. Oof. Oof. Did I miss? I think I missed. Okay, that went well. This nightmare loot pile is so aggravating. Like, I want twin souls, but I also cannot be bothered to look through this. Using every trick in the book to... You know, I don't care. I don't care that much. I don't care that much. This plays well. This plays well. I'll probably min-max this build a bit more. Like, off-stream. Smart armor with extra exploit their weakness. No, I don't like smart armor. Three Iron Squall on a plate mail. That's interesting. It's got ward capacity, which equals more tank with unarmored defense. Area damage is never a bad thing to have. We'll take that. What else do I want? More radius on a sigil, I think. I want hammer and anvil. You can look through your lost loot machine later if you don't get too many legendaries in Bunny Room. Yeah, awkward. Anyone other than myself been launched off the map slamming Giant D20? Yep, it's happened to me a couple times. How's your SDUs though? How are they on this character? 12 max launcher ammo. Well, I can improve that one. I can improve my sniper one too. I think my SMG one and pistol one are fine, but yeah, these, yeah. But the rocket launcher applies soak status. That's good. That's good. I wouldn't use it right now, long shot, because I have a fire weapon, so it'd just be cutting my melee weapons damage in half, and also lowering my Oath of Fire bonus element. But it's a good item to keep around. Safe storage though. Yeah, I need more backpack space too. I should buy some SDUs. Volatile armor with 3 magic bullets. Area damage. I'm just gonna pretend that didn't happen because I don't wanna be obligated to pick that up. I don't have inventory space for this. Bronco Buster is nice. I like the Bronco Buster. We stand the Bronco Buster here. Hey, Prince of War. How to maximize gluttony damage chucking? Chucking. Gluttony gets a bonus to everything it does, 100% bonus, as long as you're below half HP. So as long as you're below 50%. When you chuck, it puts you to 49%. But if you're healing from dark magic from, say, a previous chuck, it puts you over fast. So wearing a Deathless improves your consistency with the gluttony. Doesn't let you hit a new damage peak or anything, but it keeps your damage consistent. Other than that, just standard damage formula stuff, really. What's the appeal of Bronco Buster? So Bronco Buster is like a Band of Sidorak, or Cracked Sash, where it's got a much higher recharge rate than normally a shield of this proportion would have. Like, it's 962 capacity with 543 recharge rate and 1.1 delay. So after 1.1 seconds, you get half your shield back. And then, you know, by the time the second has elapsed, your shield's full again. It also has a built-in brimming part. See, health regenerates while full. So you get passive healing while it's full, which it has a good uptime on being full. And it has a hidden increase to your health capacity. It's something like 80%, 87%. So it makes your health bar a lot bigger. and is a Band of Sidorak that heals you. It's pretty nice. That with the below 15 chance sounds great. Yeah, yeah. Deathless, you could rock some sort of ward with that below 50 enchant. Yeah, it worked pretty well. Last day before the mini event ends too, should get them soon. Shit. I keep forgetting. I'm so bad at time management. Gotta go now though, good luck, and don't forget to get STUs before the event ends. Yeah, yeah. Thank you as well, Emily. You have a good rest of your day. I'll probably be ending stream very shortly here. I suppose I'll have to farm off stream for that hammer and anvil. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so I went way over, almost 2 hours extra of stream time, and I started a little bit early. But I just wanted to spend a little extra time with you guys. Thank you so much for all the love. And for the warm welcome back. The hype train earlier and stuff, y'all are incredible, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll be live tomorrow. We'll be continuing the Giga Chad Zerker run. If you haven't caught any of that playthrough, Berserker only. We're leveling. We're on Chaos 7, level 40. So we'll be gearing that up and continuing through the Chaos climb. I might get distracted by whatever hotfix we get and end up doing some build testing, but you know me. I can't resist proving points, and Giga Chad Zerker is a great way to prove a point. So let's find somewhere for us to raid. Lazy's getting some SDU farming done too, I see. Perek's doing a Chaos Climb. Scarlet's on. Tweety's playing Tarkov. Let's go to Lazy. I'm curious what he's up to anyway. Raid message, raid message, raid message. Let's go with... Ah, okay, here we go. Let's spam that. Build diversity raid, give us all your build diversity. Lazy, you'll get it. Basically, he makes lots of different builds too, and it's become a joke among people who actually make builds that people thinking there's not build options are playing some sort of different game. Let's spam that in there. Again, you guys are awesome. Thank you for all the love and support, resubs, gifts, everything. And to all the new friends we made today, welcome into all of you. Hope to see you next time. Join the Discord if you haven't. We've got a lovely community Discord, and we do lots of chit-chatting there. There's theory crafting channels, community saved channels where you guys can share helpful stuff with particular items, and all sorts of wacky shit. Anyway, you're awesome. Thank you. I will catch you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Stop start.